Hello Meydan, welcome to the 12th meeting of the season. We are 2 weeks away from Emirates Super Saturday and 6 weeks away from the 30th running of the Dubai World Cup. Tonight we have 8 races for you, sponsored by Longines, and the feature race is the 5th. It's a handicap over 7 furlongs, and a really interesting runner is English Oak. Now he won last time out over a mile. He's dropping down to 7 furlongs today, but if you cast your minds back to 2024, he won at Royal Ascot over 7 furlongs, so that's not so much of a challenge. Perhaps more demanding for him will be the 4 runners representing Charlie Appleby in the same race. That is one of the best races of the night. With news on that race and more, it's time to say hello to Pat Comerford.
Can this UAE season for Dylan Cunha continue with his model of consistency, Silver Sword, looking to run another great race and pick up another win this season? Victorious Forever have had some fun with force and valour this season. Already with a win, he'll be getting back, but giving a sight at the late stages of the race. English Oak on paper looks a big chance to win tonight. Danny Tudhope jumps in the saddle for Hamad El Jahani. He looks to go back to back. Let's have a look at tonight's race card for Friday the 13th. It is a dirt-dominated card, 5 races on the inside track, 3 on the turf, kicking off with the handicap, 75 to 95 over 7 furlongs, out to the 1900 for the maiden in race 2. Then to the 10 furlongs. That's a really nice race, the Longines Prima Luna, a deep race at that. Back to the mile on the dirt for the Longines Spirit Pilot. We then head to another handicap over the 7 furlongs on turf. We then head out to the 2,000 metres to the World Cup start for the Longines Master Collection Moon Phase Chronograph. And then we wrap it up with 2 sprints for the night, the first on the turf, and then we finish off with the Longines Spirit Zulu Time over the 6 furlongs on the dirt track. Here is runners who won't be joining us tonight. 16 AF Marmouk, 18 Namrud come out of the Arabians event. Race 2, number 8, La Yatal out for Michael Costa. Race 3, we lose the 15 Blue Trail for Kareem Ramadan. 16 Eye on the Prize for Julio Olajuara and Antonio Sintra. Deciduous out for Salam bin Gudaya. Native Spirit also doesn't gain a run. Gun Courage is unfortunately out of race 4. Race 5, we lose Ragib and also Apotheosis. Then we head to Harsim as well, who doesn't get a run, changing colours the same. Race 6, 7 Alzim is out. We also lose the 17 Perfect Balance, the 18 Al Maroon. Race 7, 15, 16, 17, 18 all out. Million Doro, Mag Sud, Sunday Fudge and Bark El Emirat. And Al Mutanabi is now a withdrawal from the last race. Here is our changes here. Laguna Boy also not running there in number 16. 17 Dukedom and 18 Turfan E Dubai is also out. Number 1, number 17, race 1, number 17, Anderson Piver to ride AF Muhem. Ray Dawson jumps aboard Molokab in race 5. And Carlos Lopez gains a start with Mr. Pirelli for Niels Peterson in race number 8.
Well, I'm delighted to be sitting next to Pat Comerford to look ahead to the racing today. Pat, before we get into it, my commiserations about the defeat in the T20 World Cup. It's not often that an English cricket fan or a West Indies cricket fan, as I am, gets a chance to commiserate with an Australian.
I mean, it's an interesting result, isn't it? Most Australians probably wouldn't tune into the game because you'd expect that to be just an over-the-line win, but it wasn't to be. And, yeah, unfortunately, that's the case. But I mean, we're probably still on that bit of a hangover from the Ashes, and you know, that shorter form cricket's never ever going to be as good. Sure. But yeah, it was good. Good for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, good. I'm a big fan of Zimbabwe cricket myself. I mentioned at the top of the show that we are 2 weeks away from Emirates Super Saturday, and we're 6 weeks away from the Dubai World Cup. It is building to an exciting crescendo overall.
It is. I mean, Fashion Friday was a fantastic meeting. The quality that we had there, I mean, as we said, as we see time and time again, the season continues to build towards these. And I mean, it's shaping up some of these races. The City of Gold, the Singspiel, the depth is building for these races. And yeah, it's very exciting to see what's going to unfold in 2 weeks' time.
All right. some may say this is the calm before the storm, but never expect everything to be calm. Things can be very exciting, and I think we might get that today because we've got a lot of competitive racing. Let's have a look at the first race, which is for the Purebred Arabians. It's the Longines Conquest. It's worth 120,000 dirhams, and the field headed by A.H. Tahan, Muthabir, a few names that you'll know quite well, including Radad Al-Wathbar, RB Nashbash, one of my favorite names of the Purebred Arabian horses, Anmar, Mahed Al-Dahab, Safa, etc. Let's have a look, shall we, at a couple of interesting runners, starting with RB Nashbash, who I mentioned, finishing second here last month, had a few in behind. What do you think of the chances of the principal runner here, RB Nashbash?
Well, I loved the winner, and I thought the winner came in with the right form lines in Jamra SB. Unfortunately, I don't know whether it was mainly the cause of the ride on the horse, the next start being sort of caught 6 wide. They opted for the apprentice with the claim, and it just didn't go to plan at Alain the following start. So the form out of the race hasn't entirely held up, which was the slight concern, apart from the fact that, you know, we've had winners obviously come from behind that have gone out to their suitable trips. But of horses at this distance, there hasn't really been too much to go off on that form line. I definitely think he's up to the task here, but it is an open enough race, and there's probably 5 or 6 here that are just as likely to win this as he is.
Okay, the horse who's likely to set the pace, you imagine, is AF Yatwad, who has shown blistering pace in his last couple of starts. And this is Alain, just a few days ago, and had the field strung out.
Yeah, look, he's done this a couple of times on both occasions this season, winning at Alain. He's drawn out in like sort of 15 or 16, and he's sort of given the crowd high fives down the outside fence the whole way home. He was just electric last night. On Sunday night, he was just too far in front of them for anything to be making ground. Got about half a dozen clear at one point in a 1,000-metre race at Alain, which you don't see all too often, and was still able to sustain it. He's coming out 2 furlongs here. He is a genuine 1,000-metre horse, so he is going to be absolutely on vapours by the end of this race. But if he shows the same amount of speed, and he's done it on a track that's of the sort of similar depth to Meydan in regards to the kind of surface, we may see him in front for quite a while. He's going to give a sight nevertheless.
Yeah, I've gone for him. I thought from 2 under Richie Mullin, if you can rate him through the early part of the race before they make the turn for home, there might just be enough in the tank. He's improving, judged by that. His yard are in really good form, so enough elements to prefer him to 1 or 2 others that maybe are not in the same sort of form.
Yeah, I mean, Kaysabud's having probably the best season he's ever had as a trainer, and look, we've got to give him plenty of respect, and it's amazing to see the yard, you know, going from strength to strength. They've got good depth, and you know, they're winning. They used to only win sort of 1,000-metre races, and you know, the sprint king, Kaysabud, as he's known, is now winning middle distance races. So good to see that the stable are firing. I'm with you. I'm hoping to see him fire to the front, and look, I mean, he's probably got to be half a dozen clear of them at the turn to be in with a chance to hopefully get a few of these flat-footed. If there was one, I'd say Radad Al-Wathbar is probably the danger.
Okay. Let's move on and talk about the first of the thoroughbred races, and that is the Longines Master Collection Year of the Horse. And of course, the Chinese New Year is imminent. It is the year of the fire horse, representing bold action and opportunity, I understand from my very limited research. Let's hope that this season is the opportunity for bold action for a few of these runners, because I could do with a winner or 2. Maybe in this race it could come from perhaps a horse like, say, Hidden Secret, who has had a fair few opportunities himself, but hasn't quite delivered yet. He's had 8 runs yet to win. He has got form, though, on the turf that suggests that he would have a chance were he able to translate it again to the dirt.
You'd like to hope so. I mean, he's been around the mark. He's going to have to be burnt up quite early here in this race in order to find probably a comfortable enough spot in running. Is he capable of doing it? I think in a field of this quality he probably is. The wide draw was the only thing that slightly put me off here in his chances to win this maiden and break the maiden tag here. This I found, Rishi, was probably the most open, confusing race because, and I don't mean this in an offensive manner to any of the horses here, but all of these horses, despite a couple that have been around the mark, they all struggle to win.
and they all struggle to get their head in front first. And look, one of them's going to get their lucky chance today. I think some of them have found the right race. They're never going to get a better chance to win this season. So he's definitely in the mix, hidden secret, but I think there's a couple of others as well.
Okay, well, I might throw just another dance. You know, I've always got to give one chance to Bernardo Pinheiro and Salah bin Ghidayah, at least one chance, and that's one of the horses that I like tonight. I thought that this horse is, you know, he's unexposed. He's only had 3 runs. He's had less chances or fewer chances than the majority of horses in this race, so that was my pick.
I agree with you. I think he's come into some strong enough races at Jebel Ali. We've seen that work for the stable this season, where horses have used Jebel Ali for the fitness aspect and then come across to Meydan and hopefully translate the form there. Definitely in the mix for me, just another dance. I've gone with Desert Horizon here. I like the switch over to Sharjah. I've seen that multiple times this season as an effective move. Sending one to Sharjah on a Sunday, give them a nice run there on that track. It's fair, but you also don't get the same quality that you're going to get in the thoroughbred races. So Desert Horizon's gone back. He's run a good race, run 3rd behind Yuvraj, who's a nice horse in his own right. Over 2,000 metres, and sticks at the distance here and comes back to Meydan, hopefully with a bit of confidence, because there were at times where we thought that he was going to be winning that race. So it's Desert Horizon for me here in a very confusing race.
Okay, to the turf we go for race 3. It's the Longines Prima Luna. It's over 2,000 metres. It's worth 190,000 dirhams. And again, lots of familiar faces: Rock of Cashel, Ruling Dynasty, High Seaton, Silver Sword and Warhawk. Both horses near the top of people's minds for this race in terms of selections. Damas will be another one. Should we have a look first of all at Silver Sword, a horse who's had a pretty good season here? We'll have a look at the run at Meydan last month. Ends up finishing, 5th behind Folk Festival. Again, another creditable effort from this horse.
It was, and I mean, it wasn't a race that suited Silver Sword. He's a horse that likes to be in behind the speed, and they went 10-8 for a good chunk of the race. So a horse that likes to sit in behind the speed, he had to do a lot more work through the middle stages of the race than he usually does, which obviously favoured a horse like Folk Festival to come from last in this race. But he did stick on, and he found a little bit more late when a few of the rest of them laboured. So I'm willing to consider him here as another big chance in the race. But it is a race that doesn't have its lack of depth here in this race. I think there's probably 4 or 5 winning hopes in this, and all make a very, very good case to be putting their best foot forward here.
Okay, well, we'll see Silver Sword in action again when we have a look carefully at the performance of Damas. Now, Damas finishes 2nd behind Ocean Viking. Ocean Viking will race in the same colours as Warhawk, who we'll talk about in just a moment. How impressed were you by what Damas did in the circumstances here?
Yeah, very impressive. The market overseas came for him in a big way, and he ran accordingly, despite the fact that he was well back in the field. It was, I wouldn't say it was probably a slightly better than neutral tempo. It wasn't a very fast run race, but he was still able to make up considerable ground here late to come on and win. And he gets the aid of an extra 100 metres here for this upcoming event. So I'm intrigued to see how Damas goes. Not my on-top selection, but the run had plenty of merit, and with a similar sort of run race, you'd be expecting him to be giving a sight and finding himself in the finish here.
Okay, one more visual clue for you for this race, and it involves Warhawk, who was fairly progressive in the UK. He ended up winning at Epsom over Derby weekend, and I thought this was a really fine effort on the dirt. He obviously had a couple of runs at Jebel Ali as well, but I liked his attitude in the closing stages. He kept battling away.
He certainly did, and I think ran 3rd on this occasion behind some pretty smart horses. I think that Antrim for Carl Burke is actually a really nice animal. I think he's got plenty of scope ahead of him. And look, Warhawk's form over in the UK on turf is quite impressive. Hasn't had the opportunity here yet to see the green stuff under his feet. Maybe in his track work he has, but certainly not on race night. I'm expecting him to run a good race here. He's the new element in this event, considering the fact that there are a few of these who have run against each other a couple of times before. Warhawk is that horse that's got that turf form already, comes into this, brings a new element of form, and has also had 3 runs where he has not had a failure yet. Without winning, he's been around the mark, and when it was a new surface for him, he's continued to deliver. He's 4th up for the campaign. He's as fit as he'll ever be, and he probably gets out to what form suggests is a preferred surface. I tossed up between him and Darmis in this event. I just thought Warhawk's going to put himself into the race, unlike Darmis, whether they ride Darmis as far back as they did last time out. I think the one Darmis has to run down is Warhawk here. And as a result, Warhawk from a good gate is my top selection.
2 out of 2 votes for Warhawk. I'm also with Warhawk in race 3. Let's move on and talk about race 4, which is the Longines Spirit Pilot. We're back on the dirt, 1,600 metres, and this race is worth 190,000 dirhams. The field headed by Moslahim, same connections, or same owner and trainer as Darmis from our previous race, Roi de France, Army Ethos, Lassadude, and there's an intriguing first-timer here in Dubai. That's Grey Fog for Bupat Simar, winner of the Russian Derby at Grozny last year. So let's have a look at some of the other horses featuring in this race, and we'll start with Lassadude. Obviously Gun Carriage is in behind. Sadly, Gun Carriage doesn't take part in this race today. Tell me about the chances of Lassadude for today.
I mean, consistency is something that you certainly can't knock on this horse. I think he's come out of 2 strong races. He's run second to Force and Valor, where Force and Valor snuck up through and won. Pace was genuine enough. And then he's ended up going and running 3rd here behind obviously Telemark and Mount Kosciuszko, who came from a long way back to give a real big sight there in that event. I think the consistency is there. He's constantly around the mark and running a good race. I didn't have him as a top selection. I just think, you know, you can have these horses that constantly run a good race but just can't put the race away, and as a result I was against him here. But I expect him to be giving a sight from a good gate, should be getting all favours from the draw.
Okay, well, Force and Valor was obviously in behind on that occasion. We can have a look at Force and Valor beating Lassadude earlier in January.
Very good run, and as we said, if you can bring a horse here to win on dirt who can get sandblasted the whole way through, run through it, and run on very well to hit the line, you know, with incredible pace, you've got a horse that is going to be suitable here. And you'd suggest off this run, I think all our opinions were this horse is going to be winning a couple of races this season. Gets another good chance to win a race here tonight, and looking forward to seeing how he goes. I was with him last start after that win. I thought maybe he was going to be able to do it again. The race really didn't pan out, but he drops back into a lower graded race here, back to a 75 to 95 in what he won last time out. He was my second selection here.
Okay. I thought Grey Fog was interesting. I was keen on Gun Carriage before he was taken out of the race because he had a better draw than in his previous runs. And I saw Grey Fog schooling here in the paddock last week, and it was pointed out to me. He's a handsome-looking individual. I presume, given the fact that he's excelled over a mile and a half, that this was a sighter today as much as anything else. But I just don't know how good. He's the unknown element in this race.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. These Russian Derby winners, we've seen 2 go on and run incredible races. We saw Tap Leader come out and do it. He was the winner of the year before. So with Moscow under construction at the moment, these races are changing locations in Russia every single season. So Grozny's a bit different to Nalchik, where we saw Tap Leader win. Very, very different sort of track. But nevertheless, has been able to win and won impressive when he did. Mirzabek Kapushev hasn't ridden the horse in Russia. Maybe I don't think he has ridden the horse in Russia, but he'd know this horse very, very well, going off the fact that he is potentially the #1 rider in Russia for the last few years. So he's still looking for that first win, and I think he'll be looking to get Grey Fog over the line here tonight.
Okay, so I'm going with Grey Fog. Just remind us of your selection.
I'm going with Diamond Dealer in this race.
Okay.
A new element to the Meydan racing ranks this season. He's been here before, but he was with Yuvraj Singh at that point in time. He's been acquired by Athbar Racing. He's done most of his racing at Jebel Ali this season, but he is a horse who's visually gone to another level. So I'm excited to see how Diamond Dealer goes returning here tonight. He's fit, and if he can overcome that wide draw of 12 and put himself into the race, I think we're going to see a different version of Diamond Dealer to what we saw last season here.
Okay, one of the best races of the evening comes up as the 5th. It's the Longines Spirit Pilot Flyback, 1,400 metres on the turf, and the field headed by former Royal Ascot winner English Oak. Cavallo Bay, one of 4 in the race for Charlie Appleby. We've got others like Native Approach, etc. Again, some very familiar names for those of you following the Carnival. The Fingal Raven. Of course, one of the winners this season for Jamie Osborne. Adrian de Vries has taken the ride on the 4-year-old today. He's got an awkward draw in stall 13, the Fingal Raven. Halassan also for the Charlie Appleby team, and heading down to the likes of Mollakab. Okay, let's take a look at English Oak. Back to winning ways. That was over a mile. That was here at Meydan last month. I don't think the 7 furlong trip will be an issue. He won at Royal Ascot over that distance.
Yeah, look, I mean, he was noticeably a little flat between the 500 and the 300 here. Whether that was his own doing, I think if you look at the race replay, it was more visually James Doyle just didn't have the clear run, and he sort of waited and waited and waited, counted to 5, and then pulled the trigger and came through and hoped just to have that one run where he wasn't going to get hampered, and was able to explode through and win. He's fitter. He is more capable of running a 7 furlong race here than probably what he was over a mile last time out. I think they're stepping him back in trip by design. I think he's ready to go over this trip. As you said, he's an Ascot winner over this distance. No issues with the 62. He's carried weight before in his life and won. And I mean, Godolphin have a good hand in this race, but all of them have drawn horribly. So from gate 2, he's going to get every possible chance. Doesn't have to lead, probably box seats, and Danny Tudhope pops off the fence. As easy as that, and well, you'd like it to be as easy as that. He's my nap for the meeting. I think he's a really good chance to win. I'm pretty confident he gets the job done.
Okay, well, that's, again, 2 votes. We're agreeing on a lot here, Pat. So I'm with you. I think that exactly coming back to 7 furlongs is in his favour, if anything. They're likely to go a decent enough gallop in it, and I think he's got a touch of class. So he is my selection. Let's move on then and talk about race 6, which is the Longines Master Collection Moon Phase Chronograph. It's worth 175,000 dirhams, and it's over 2,000 metres on the dirt. Another ex-Russian runner is at the top, Alamir. We've also got Elusive Trevor. A lot of people keen on the horse's chances with Tiger Shea riding. We've got the likes of Kaladasha, La Resh, Estamra, Valdivia. A lot of familiar names again to get our analysis in with this race. Kaladasha is the first horse we'll see, or Kaladasha with Run With It and Valdivia, finishing 3rd here at Meydan, and of course with a bit of Russian form as well, with Tap Leader sweeping around them with an impressive performance.
I think we were all very impressed with his run and his ability to stick on in the late stages of this race when they went a pretty serious gallop, and I mean, Generous Tipper went up to his outside and sort of ended up backing away and sort of going back to a length behind him and sort of left him to his own devices. I think because they'd done the form and realised that maybe Kaladasha is not what we're worried about here, I'm going to try and give mine a more of an ethical trip. Kaladasha kept going, and it ended up being another element to the race. He's run really well. I don't know whether or not that run would have absolutely run the guts out of him, because he would have slept very well that night, I'm sure. I also am intrigued into the reasoning. I mean, I know Tiger Shea has his pick amongst the lot, whether or not Suited and Booted Racing Syndicate have opted to have Andy Slattery on because he ran really well with Andy in the saddle last time out. But I still think Tig would have had the opportunity to steal that ride if he wanted to, and he's decided to go with Elusive Trevor, who I think, much like Diamond Dealer earlier on, I sort of had the same argument as to why I made him top selection, because he draws well. He's used Jebel Ali as an opportunity to get fit. He's been able to go there and dominate with a maiden win. He comes back here, I think, a really impressive horse. And another one I think we'll see coming back to Meydan, a much more mature animal than what we saw racing here last time. He seldom wins a race, but I think now that he's had that maiden win under the belt and running 2nd in an 80 to 105, he's dropping well back in class from that, even though it is a Jebel Ali race, and I expect him to run really good. I think Ty can control the race here.
Must have been when I started going through this race and I saw Kaladasha's form with Tap Leader winning, generous tipper, and then obviously Antrim finishing in behind. I thought this is really good form in the context of this race, but I do feel exactly what you've alluded to, which is he maybe got away on the front end because they weren't that worried about him, and maybe slightly flattered by that. I think this could be one of those races where something will spring up. So I ended up going for an old Meydan warrior who's dropping down in the handicap, and that's La Reche, who you can just see creeping into the race and finishing off when everybody's giving up. La Reche is just plodding on, as he has done before, but his handicap mark suggests that the handicapper's given him an opportunity today to get back to something like his old form. And he hasn't run too badly in his races here at Meydan. He's sort of disappointed in between when he's gone to Jebel Ali, so he was my tip in the 6. Race 7 is the Longines Conquest Chronograph, 1,200 meters the distance, and we're back on the turf here for a first prize of 175,000 dirhams. We've got Arigato Gozaimasu. I think a few people are giving a chance to today. Spitsbergen for Simon and Ed Crisford. Obviously, they've got a few chances tonight on the card. This was one of the races where I found it really hard to be, I don't know, to make a strong case for anything. Not that you could do for every race tonight, because I think it's quite competitive, but I thought in tonight's, or this penultimate race, it represented one of the tougher ones. And I referred to Arigato Gozaimasu because I thought this was a chance for her to maybe show the sort of form that she promised when she won on her debut here all that time ago, when we thought, oh, we might be seeing something special, and she hasn't really lived up to it. Better last time out. She showed plenty of pace. I think coming back to 1,200 meters will suit her. Be very interesting to see how she goes on the turf. So that's where I thought I'd start the conversation.
I just haven't been too impressed with her getaways this season, and I think, she can win or lose this race, or lose completely. Just a bug just flew into my house. Okay? Fantastic. Yeah, I'm okay. I'll live. I think
I thought I'd see a soft Aussie.
I think that her starts have been a little bit costly. She's had a couple of times where she's been half a stride slow, and she's had to use a lot of petrol to get to her usual front spot. These horses here over 1,200 metres down the straight aren't going to wait around for her, and she can lose this race very early. So that was my query. Okay. We're relying on her to have a really good beginning, and I wasn't willing to rely on her as a result of that, going off what we've seen this season.
That's fair. I mean, Spitsbergen was the horse that a lot of people, I think, on the international markets were keen on, but I wasn't that keen on the quality of his race at Lingfield. I didn't think, when he won and he broke his mate, it was a short price.
I didn't even have him in the numbers. I didn't even have him in my top 4. And when I saw that they'd opened just better than even money for Spitsbergen, I was shocked.
Didn't see that.
I went to the complete other end of the international market.
Where did you go?
I went to the rank outsider, who opened up $66, and that's El Bosnia for Guillermo Aras Correda. They're still looking for their first win this season, but this horse last season needed the run first up, came back second up, narrowly defeated by Expert Choice, and then was tipped up by nearly everyone the third up run, and was able to come out and win. This is his second up run. He's come back this season. I think, again, needed the run, but I'm expecting some good improvement from this horse, especially coming back to the straight 6 and coming back to a 60 to 80, which is the grade of race that he faced. He ran in second and third up and was finishing off for a close second and a win. So I think completely missed in the market. Should be sort of sitting handy enough and be running on late. I think there's still 50 to 1 overseas. I don't understand that price, to be honest. I think Odai is another one that caught the eye coming from back in the field, and even Sarum comes across from Jebel Ali with a tight second there. You can go a number of ways in this race, but I made El Bosnia my value for the night.
Wow, okay, well, interesting. Love to hear the thinking behind it. The working is very good. Let's hope the result matches up. One more race to look at. It's the finale, race 8. It's the Longines Spirit Zulu Time 1925. Back on the dirt, 1,200 metres the distance, 175,000 dirhams in prize money. We'll have a look at some of the runs. I mean, Mr. Kafu, I thought actually ran quite well last week, and there are a few of the others to look at. Roadblock, we've seen a lot. Action Point actually ran okay last time out when finishing second behind Nayar. Back to form, Nayar. Should we take a look at Muzahim in action, winning here in December? And actually, you mentioned the race with Border Edge, obviously in reference to our last race. Muzahim was third on that occasion.
He was running a good race on that occasion there at Jebel Ali in that 0-85. Comes back here to Meydan. We've seen him run well here in the past. He's a winner here on dirt. He's also a winner here on turf. Goes well, and expecting him to make the running here from gate number 3. Has got a fair bit of pace here, and I don't think there's enough runners here in this race to potentially outpace him early. I think Ty gets an opportunity to control this race from the front, and you'd expect from gate 3 that's exactly what they're going to try and do.
Okay, so you're keen on...
I'm keen on Muzahim. Look, I mean, he was my selection by default. He was my second pick in my numbers. I went with a bit of a rogue tip with Al Mutanabi, considering the horse flashed home, got beaten 3.6 on the turf by Northern Champion last time out at a massive price. Why they weren't running him in race 7, I've got no idea. They've gone to race 8 and they've changed him over onto the dirt. That he has scratched and been saved for another day, which I think could be a little bit of a blessing for the stable. I reckon they need to bring him back over 1,200 metres on turf at the right time to be winning a race, because that race there was quite impressive. But I'll take Muzahim. I think he's up in the mix for sure.
All right. I went for Mr. Cafu in this last race. I actually thought he ran okay last week behind Cats by 5. Consider the quality of that race. It's pretty smart, and I don't think he was given that hard a time in the closing stages, and I thought he represented a solid chance. Well, if Pat suggested that Al Mutanabi, if he had run, would have been a rogue choice, I'd love to hear how he describes all his selections, but in particular El Bosnia in the penultimate race. Let's have a look at what Pat has gone for tonight.
Well, let's hit and hope here. AF Yatwad in the first to hopefully make all the running. Desert Horizon in a very tough second event. Warhawk back onto the turf in the third race. Diamond Dealer, if he can overcome the wide draw, should be in the mix in race 4. English Oak is my clear nap of the night. He's probably the only real confident selection I have on the card. I think the race shapes up for him to run a really good race. Elusive Trevor should be right in the mix as well. El Bosnia at cricket score odds on the overseas market.
How would you describe it? If Al Mutanabi was rogue, El Bosnia is the $66 play. It's crazy. This is
galactic.
Okay.
Al Bosnia in the penultimate, and I'll go Muzahim in the last to hopefully lead all the way as well.
Okay, I'm with you on 3 of those, Pat, and starting with AF Yatwad in the opener. I'm going for the Salim Bigadaya running Just Another Dance. A Warhawk, I agree with you on, just out of interest, and there was nothing particularly that took my eye in race 4, so I ended up going for Grey Fog once Gun Carriage came out. English Oak, I agree with Pat. I think he's got a great chance of following up his win last time. Laresh, the old worries, he can close his eyes and go around here at Meydan, hoping that Aragatu Gozaimazu gets a good break and can show her pace. And Mr. Cafu, I thought, didn't run too badly last week, and this is a much easier race, although he's got top weight in the finale. As we mentioned at the top of the show, we are only 6 weeks away from the 30th running of the Dubai World Cup. And as we get closer to it, Pat, and you spoke about it just a few minutes ago, you start thinking about races and who might make the trip to Dubai, and we're getting to that point where we're seeing the last of the trials at the Emirates Super Saturday in a couple of weeks' time. You know, what's the excitement like for you building up? Obviously, tickets are on sale for the 30th Dubai World Cup. DubaiRacingClub.com to get hold of your tickets. What's it like for you? You know, you're here all the time. You're hearing all the conversations.
I mean, it's amazing because, you know, on top of the ones that we already have confirmed as going, the excitement builds with these races, because as we know with a lot of racehorses, there are multiple plans in play. There's plan A, plan B, plan C. So a lot of these big names, you know, they're 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Are they coming? Is their Saudi run going to be good enough or bad enough where they decide to divert and go somewhere else? Or do they think, wow, you know what, we went really well here, let's come to Dubai and have a go there as well. So I mean, it's constantly changing the picture of what these races are going to look like. But all we know is that the quality is going to be unmatched for the 30th edition, and very exciting for what is to come in the back end of the season.
Indeed. Well, one of the major stepping stones for the 30th running of the Dubai World Cup is Emirates Super Saturday. It's not that far away. Let's take a moment to remind ourselves what happened in 2025.
Set to run. And racing. in the Jamira 1000 Guineas. Luck for the French filly, a little slow. We'll head back to the end. It was the Spaniard in Octans who's going to go up and lead in the early stages, and they're going at a pretty sedate pace early. Reined in second position was Mountain Breeze to head in behind the leader. La Senora is going to creep up to sit up in second. It was 3 lengths back from the initial division to Rain du Ciel, 3/4 of a length to Could She Be Magic, and half a length now to Luckpo, who's a little keen, but is having to take its medicine at the back of the field here and sit last, where it's Octans at the 1100 metres, who leads the Jamira 1000 Guineas field to the top turn. Into second, a length away, La Senora. Mountain Breeze getting the run of the race in behind and plenty of cover. A length and a half to Rain du Ciel, working alongside to the outside of Could She Be Magic, and Lakpa would be 7 or 8 lengths away from the leader, which is Octans, past the 750, out by a half a length now of La Senora, who gets a little closer. Now, this has provided Mountain Breeze a little bit of a concern here. Plenty of time to let the race unfold, but the gap isn't going to appear as quickly as it did last time. She's up in cluttered room from Could She Be Magic, Rain du Ciel, and Lakpa is last. Mountain Breeze now gets plenty of room to run, but it is the Spaniard she has to chase down in Octans, but doing so now, Mountain Breeze, coming up to the outside here, and the daughter of Lope de Vega goes past Octans, who is very game to stick on in the late stages. They've broken away from Lakpa, who's run on from last, but going from strength to strength is Mountain Breeze, a filly on the way up. Mountain Breeze way too good. Beats home Octans, who has won a really nice race in second. Lakpa third over from Could She Be Magic. La Senora dropped away, and the last one home, Rain du Ciel. Ready to go, Group 3, Bergenahar. Racing. Local Dynasty slow. Cagliostro on the back foot as well. Mubaka's heading back along with Ancient Rome, Made in Dubai, to his usual rearward roll. And as they make their way towards the end of the chute here and out onto the course proper, it's Rawi and New Kingdom who are going to lead them early. Tio St. Denis splits them in third from Sound Money, who's got a nice spot on the fence. Then came Mersal from Castle Warden, half a length back to Oasis Boy. Next in running was Mendelssohn Bay, 3 lengths to Fort Payne. Cagliostro's been off the bridle the whole way here so far, not good signs. Half a length back to Mubaka, then came Local Dynasty, who's trying to recover now in the middle stages of the race. Made in Dubai up to third to last from Ancient Rome, and Street Mood has almost been pulled out of the contest here, and he's not being ridden at all by Danny Tudopia. As they come down past the 700 metre mark, it's Sound Money who works through. Underbars Alona to take up the lead from the inside draw. New Kingdom shaken along, Oasis Boy the inside. Then came Castle Warden, Tio St. Denis is going backwards. Then came Fort Payne, Mendelssohn Bay, Rawi also dropping away. Cagliostro tries to improve but has got a fair bit of traffic in front of him. Local Dynasty, Made in Dubai takes the short way home again. It's Sound Money leading them here into the straight in the Bergenahar. Oasis Boy, the best turned out on the night, starting to present, showing a bit of the Oasis Boy of old. Fort Payne looking for another winner as well. It's Oasis Boy and Fort Payne, 2-horse race. Fort Payne coming up to the outside of Oasis Boy. A good tussle in the final 16th of a mile, but it is going to be Fort Payne who strikes gold once again in the Meydan season. There's your win for Nicola Cooley. Goes on to beat Oasis Boy, who was very promising there. He's hit his straps again. He takes his place in 9. They're set. 1.2 million, the Nat El Sheba Trophy at Group 3. Ready and away. They all broke to a clean start. Killian just hampered a little bit with Pontos coming right out of the stalls. He's going to go and lead them up here in the early part from Rasas, Desperate Hero, Killian into the first 5, along with Tawala. Then came Jackajaro from Dark Saffron, who leads up the far side division. Power Mode. They all work across to the centre here. Frosted Dawn on the back foot early into the back half dozen here, along with Bombay Bazaar, and they're going to split off now in the middle part. West Acre works through the middle of the pack from Rasas. Jackajaro now out to the end with King's Call top of bill. It's Pontos the one to chase here. A few of these now getting into their work. Dark Saffron, West Acre. West Acre still with 2.5 to pick up from Power Mode, who's running on just as well. It's Pontos all out up in front though, but still with enough at bay. Pontos from West Acre, who's getting there with every stride here in the Nat El Sheba Trophy. It's going to be a tidy, but West Acre pulling out all the sticks late. A loyalist believe but breathe a sigh of relief here. West Acre, the good thing of the night, gets home. Pontos has run out of his skin. Power Mode next over, followed there by They crossed over very, very tightly there. Daniel was running on with cover up. Then came Top of Bill from Jackajaro. Next over to Wala from Rasas. Killian dropped away. Frosted Dawn and Bombay Bazaar failed to make an impression. Desperate Hero at the back of the field along with King's Call. West Acre. And away. First Conquest was slow out of the gates as well. He's going to have to head back to the end here. Cairo shows pace in the early part along with Nation's Pride working through Gallen. And Holloway Boy is going to find himself up in the first half of the field. And now Al Najm next, wide without cover, followed by First Conquest, who works back to the inside. Second to last in running was Sean, and Stormy Ocean is now the tail ender. It's Cairo for Alice Haynes, making their way down the back here in search of the 1,300 metre peg in the Singspiel Stakes, out by a length. Nation's Pride second, third was Gallen, who's getting a nice spot on the fence here under McMonagle. Then came Holloway Boy from Al Najm, First Conquest now sixth, followed by Sean, and Stormy Ocean is still last and has got about 8 lengths on the leader here, where it is Cairo who works to the back turn, the leader. Inside the 1,000 they travel, a length and a half now in advance of Nation's Pride. Gallen sticks to the fence like glue. Holloway Boy's found the 1-1 and he's in a nice spot here for Tudhope. Al Najm's in the cheap seats out wider, followed by Sean, who's now up to 6th position, followed by First Conquest, and then came Stormy Ocean, who's out to the end. They're about to swing in for home here and make the run for the judge in the Group 2 Singspiel Stakes, and it's Cairo who's the one to chase. Has a length of an advantage of half a length on Nation's Pride, who now presents up with a run. Gallen comes off looking for room. Holloway Boy starting to work through his gears out wider, given plenty of clear air here. First Conquest also working into the contest now as well, as First Conquest now starts to try and run down Nation's Pride and Holloway Boy. Nation's Pride, Holloway Boy trying with every stride, but Nation's Pride is going to hold him at bay. Nation's Pride in the Singspiel by a length and a tail. Holloway Boy second over, First Conquest recovered to run third. Gallen fourth over from Sean. Cairo dropped away to sixth. Then came Al Najm, who got the most unkindly run in the trip, and the last one home, Stormy Ocean. He saw them all the entire way. Line cleared from the front, ready now. They're racing. Away they go in the Al Maktoum Classic. Global Hit ridden with vigour on the inside from Guns and Glory, who's finding a nice position. Desert Wisdom tries to work across. Imperial Emperor, he's got a few to his inside here as well. Will have to work to improve. Up on the inside, Crown Estate uses the gate to find potentially the box seat in running. First Constitution, 3 back the inside. From Artorius, Kabir Khan and Olza Khan in the Kazakhstani colours, they sit wide and will be forced to improve from that spot. Generous Tipper next, followed by Majestic Pride, Al Yabri second to last, and out to the end is Go Soldier Go. They work onto the back in the Group 2 Al Maktoum Classic, and it is Global Hit for Korea, out by a length and a half on Crown Estate in second. Third up on the outside was Guns and Glory, followed by Karib, who works up deeper. Imperial Emperor's caught out very deep on the course. Artorius next from First Constitution, tucked away. Then came Olza Khan, followed by Kabir Khan, who's wide with a tad little bit of cover for this moment. Then came King Gold from Desert Wisdom, Generous Tipper. Up on the inside, Majestic Pride. Then came El Yabri, and now reattaching to the rest of the field, Go Soldier Go. Global Hit's going to try and do it from barrier to box under Hoo-Sun Kim. The only ride for the night for the Korean jockey, and she's got it under a stranglehold. Imperial Emperor comes up to the outside to challenge, but has worked to get there. Karib next from Artorius, who boxes on out wider. Then came Guns and Glory. King Gold works on from the back. Kabir Khan's been out deeper. Majestic Pride tries to shoulder for a path clear. Imperial Emperor hits the lead here, goes a little bit inwards here. He cut off Global Hit for a run, who tries to rally again, but up to the inside now. Imperial Emperor coming clear here for a very, very classy victory. 100 metres left to go, puts it beyond any doubt in the Al Maktoum Classic. Where to next? But we'll see you on Dubai World Cup night. Imperial Emperor by 8 lengths. Global Hit second over, a brave run to rally again. Artorius third, followed by Karib, Go Soldier Go, First Constitution. Next over El Yabri from King Gold, who didn't run on. Guns and Glory followed from Kabir Khan. Majestic Pride, Olza Khan, Generous Tipper, one of the last ones to cross over, along with the two who tailed off in Desert Wisdom and Crown Estate. 7 ready for the Dubai City of Gold, Group 2. 1.4 million. And away they go. Breaking cleanly, Silver Knot. He was the clear best out as well, and he shot a length clear here as they start to get fully into stride. Highway Robber works up into second position from Passion and Glory, who, as Silver Knot works over, McMonagle's going to be very happy to take the box seat here. Buick's going to control it though, past the 2100 on Silver Knot from Highway Robber, Passion and Glory. Caught out a little wide here, Arabian Crown in fourth from One Smooth Operator, Al Mudhar, and the last one in running was C Hector. It's Silver Knot at a leisurely tempo. Working out onto the back here by a length and a half from Highway Robber in second. It was 3/4 of a length back to Passion and Glory in third. Getting closer now up on the outside, Arabian Crown from One Smooth Operator. Then came Al Mudhar and out to the NC Hector. Arabian Crown, whether he took an awkward stride or not, I'm not too sure. But James Doyle heading back to the end of the field. Maybe he just wanted to get back in with some cover as they work down the back here. 12.22, 12.27, 12.54. So Buick's been able to back it off slightly, ever so slightly. A length in advance of Highway Robber, who now sits to his outside under O'Sheen Murphy. It is Passion and Glory third. One Smooth Operator in the 1-1 with a nice spot with cover. Then came Al Mudhar, followed by into second to last now Arabian Crown, and C Hector has been last throughout the entire journey so far. They're past halfway. Down the back they travel up to the top turn here, and in search of the 1,000-metre peg, Silver Knot leads them, and he injects a little bit more tempo now, Buick, as he extends away by a length and a half. Highway Robber asked to pick up the pace here under O'Sheen Murphy from Passion and Glory. Then came One Smooth Operator, who angles out into a bit more clear room. Al Mudhar's got a little cluttered up on the inside. He wants to go better and quicker than the field will allow him. Then came Arabian Crown, who's shuffled along, and C Hector is going to have to come past all of his other 6 rivals here. 550 left to go in the Group 2 Dubai City of Gold, thanks to Emirates Airline, and it's Silver Knot who leads them into the straight here by 2.5 lengths. Passion and Glory asked to respond, but not picking up at the moment. One Smooth Operator, then came Al Mudhar, followed by Arabian Crown, but they look like they might be fighting it out for minor placings here. Silver Knot getting further in front, and at 100 metres left to go, he has the Dubai City of Gold parcelled up. Silver Knot goes on to win by 2 lengths. Passion and Glory second over. C Hector's run on into the placings. Wonderful there for Mali Al Basti. Then came Arabian Crown, 4th over, followed by One Smooth Operator. Al Mudhar dropped away as the pace increased, and Highway Robber, the last one home. He'll take plenty from that in his UAE debut. 1.2 million. They're going to fly here. Ready, and away we go. Eastern World was away fast. Drew's Gold, his race is over and done with now. He's drawn out a long last here. Tuz goes and burns up from R. Shibley. Eastern World will take third. Getting across to the 1-1 now with cover, American Stage. Found an okay spot from the draw. Then came next in running Maryatel from Colour Up. A gap to El Nasib. Cuts by 5, Torrevega. Then came Morning, followed there by Drew's Gold with a lot to pick up. Major Cinnamon, the only one behind him. They are going rapid up in front here. And R. Shibley puts it to Tuz. They break away from American Stage, who's now starting to rally in behind. Then came Eastern World from Colour Up. Next was Maryatel, Morning, followed by Torrevega. Cuts by 5, Drew's Gold, El Nasib and Major Cinnamon, but it's a one-act affair at the moment. Tuz the one to chase. American Stage getting down to work here. He's going to make it a real challenge here. Tuz trying to fight off American Stage, who looks like he's run his race now. Tuz coming clear here in the Mahab Al Shamal, and the picket fence continues here in the Group 3. Another scalp for UAE's Dirt Sprint King. Tuz goes on to win by half a dozen. American Stage runs into second. Eastern World third. Colour Up fourth from Morning, who got going, did his best work in the final furlong. Then came Cats by 5, Torrevega. Next over, R. Shibley, followed by Drew's Gold. Race over and done with early. Maryatel next over. And the last 2 to cross over there in the final stages was Al Nasib along with Major Cinnamon. For the last on Emirates Super Saturday. Ready, and away we go. Nadawi broke cleanly. White Gate. Halassan works his way up into the first 3. William Buick going to let the race unfold here on Ruling Court. He's in the back division now. In front of him, Glitterati from Sahan, Darmiss and Warsocks the fence. Ruling Court spots the leaders about 7 or 8 lengths early, running a nice race on the short price Elect. followed by back in the field as they work down the back part of the course, O'Dye along with the Fingal Raven. So they make their way to the 1,000-metre marker here, and it is Nadawi who takes over the lead, leading from next in running Halassan from White Gate, and on the inside Warsock's fourth. Glitterati fifth, sixth Sahan, seventh Ruling Court in a precarious position here from Darmis, the Fingal Raven, and O'Dye is out to the end. Nadawi has been able to back it off here. 11.37, 11.70, and the rest of the field following suit. Halassan second, Whitegate now up to third from Warsock, who tries to improve through. Ruling Court bolting, he's now got his clear run. Glitterati forced outwards, then came the Fingal Raven from Darmis, out to the end, Sahan along with O'Dye. Nadawi gives a kick up in front, leading the way by a length here. Now Ruling Court getting down to work here from Halassan, the Fingal Raven picking up late here, but he is living up to all the expectations here. Ruling Court coming clear, and that is a quartet to remember for His Highness on Emirates Super Saturday. Ruling Court wraps it up in style. 5 lengths on the line from the Fingal Raven, Warsocks and Darmis fourth over from Nadawi. Then came Halassan from Glitterati, Sahan, Whitegate, and O'Dye, the last one home. Probably the easiest winner of the night.
Love taking the opportunity to come to the pre-parade ring before the start of racing here. It's lovely, the sun's setting, a little bit of shade at the moment, and there's my dear friend. Look at Cedric, he's always so beautifully turned out. I had the opportunity to speak to you last week. It's always good to see you.
Thank you.
Always got a smile on her face. And
you too, Ricky.
how long does it take you to put your outfit together, by the way?
Oh, long time.
It looks, it's worth it. You look majestic. Also looking majestic are some of the horses that we're seeing in the paddock now. Let's focus in first of all on horse number 3 for the Longines Conquest, this opening race for the Purebred Arabians, and this is Radat Al Wathba. When we were chatting away to Pat earlier on the card, he did mention he had a little fancy for this horse. Wasn't his main selection, but this horse actually ran quite well at Alain on his most recent start when he finished second to Amar, and is one of the runners in this race with an obvious chance. Just joining the parade behind him is the grey, one of the many greys in this race, and that's number 8, and that's SS Is Dubai. Got a very awkward draw in 15, was well beaten in that race at Alain behind Amar, so has a fair bit to do. Drop back if we can, find horse number 7, like Radat Al Wathba. This is owned by Yaz Racing, one of the Yaz Racing team in this particular event. Finished 4th behind Jamra here, SB at Meydan back in January. That was a really good effort from Safir, and I do think that this horse has a fairly decent chance. Sylvester de Souza is on board, sort of lending itself to thinking that this might be the pick of the Yaz Racing runners. Also in the races, just ahead, number 5, if we can. That's Amar, who was also mentioned just a few minutes ago. Obviously the horse who beat Radat Al Wathba last time out at Alain. That was over today's distance of 1,400 metres. So these are some of the contenders that you'd think would play a prominent part in this our opening race. Let's turn the camera around to the right and find, just walking towards us, horse number 6 with the white bridle on. That's Mahel Al Dahab, who is one of the more lightly raced runners in this race. He's just had the 2 starts, actually broke his maiden last time out. That was after he made his debut back in November, and won last time over 1,200 metres. I think that, judged by the way that performance went, the step up in trip would be an issue today for this 5-year-old, who is just taking his place in the correct order. They do a good job of getting them all organised before they're heading out. Now if I'll just turn you around and find horse number 1, just coming over to the right in just a second. Another horse with an awkward draw, that's AH Tahan. He is drawn in stall 12. That will make it very tricky for AH Tahan, but it looks well. Have a look at this coat. They're the stencil patterns on his hindquarters, on this back end. He looks in really good shape, and when they get caught in the sun, you get a good chance to have how well turned out the majority of these runners are ahead of this opening race. Just over to the right, you'll see joining the team, he's just coming over from the other segment of the pre-parade ring, horse number 2. He's just walking towards us with the noseband on, and that's Muthabir, who's got a better draw today than a few others. He's in 4, and he was actually also in that race behind Amar and Radat Al Wathba at Alain last time out. He's also looking in great shape. Have a look at the way his skin's glistening as he's just moved out of the sunshine into the shadow, but he looks in a particularly good order. That's horse number 2, Muthabir. I thought this horse had a chance. From stall 4, I thought this gives him a little bit more of a chance to get into the race, and he can just step forward a little bit on that run. He'll have to overturn the form with the likes of Amar and Radat Al Wathba. So the runners are leaving the pre-parade ring for our opening race here at Meydan. It is for the Purebred Arabians, and it's a competitive one, Pat.
That it is, Rishi. Thank you very much. Yes, runners are not too far away from heading into the parade here for the first of our 8 races. This one here, a very open event for the Purebred Arabians, but nevertheless, it is competitive and open racing from start to finish. As we welcome in the new Lunar New Year, as we celebrate Chinese New Year and the Year of the Horse. It is Gong Si Fai Chai to everyone, and we wish you a new year full of health, wealth, and prosperity. Let's head into our first horse here at the parade for race number 1, and it is the last start winner from Sharjah, A.H. Tahan. Bernardo Pinheiro and Hamad Al Mirah continue on with their association with this son of Sir Barney Yass. He's drawn a little wide here in 12 and has to bring that form across from Sharjah here to Meydan tonight. He's done a fair bit of racing, but has certainly put away his rivals in recent starts, and who says he can't do it again? Number 2 is Muthabir, who draws well here in gate number 4. Kaysel Basaidi and Ibrahim Al Hadrami combine here for Royal Cavalry Oman. Last seen to lane over 1,400 metres, beaten just over 12 lengths on that occasion behind Amar, who he faces again here tonight. Number 3 is Radad El Wathbar. Eric Lamartinel with a couple in the race. This one partnered by Jules Mobian off the rating here of 93. Ran second last time out behind Amar there at Elaine. Put in a good sight, and you'd say that this race is right up to his standards here. He should be right in the finish for this. The 6-year-old Entire by Tharkov. He just has to overcome a slightly wide draw here of 9. 4 RB Nash Bash, the 6-year-old Entire here by RB Nash for Khalifa Al Nayedi and Saif Al Balushi. Also off the rating here of 93, would need to improve on his most recent run. A little disappointing on face value. He was the winner from last start, Amar. He's looking to go back-to-back. Claiming here is Hamad Al Basaidi for Majid Al Jahuri. Stays at the same distance and would be looking to put in a repeat effort. Hopefully a repeat effort would see him in the finish again. Here is the former Saudi galloper in Mahal Al Dahab, the 5-year-old Entire here by Nasser Al Khaladia. A 10.5 length maiden winner on the 23rd of January. Makes his way across here with the conclusion of the season. And Sultan Al Hajri takes over the care of the horse. Sam Hitchcock to ride here as he makes his UAE debut. Number 7 is Safia. Sylvester de Souza and Eric Lamartinel combining for Yass Racing. Drawn a little wide in 13. Has seen the Meydan track before. Beaten just around 5.5 lengths there behind Jamra SB. And steps out in trip now to what you could class as potentially a more suitable journey. SS is Dubai. Has to do it from the one of the widest alleys, drawn in 15 here for Khalid Al Balushi and Ibrahim Al Hadrami. Down the track at Al Ain last time out, didn't get into the race, beaten nearly 40 lengths on that occasion. Looking to atone. Here's your pace element in the race. AF Yatwad, he'll be in front, that's for sure. 1,000-metre winner last time out, going back-to-back over 5 furlongs. He's on the 5-day back-up and he steps up in trip to 7. Certainly getting out to the back end of his distance range. AF Gaia was 6th behind El Motawasem last time out at Abu Dhabi. Steps onto the dirt here for tonight's race and drops back in trip. 11 is AF Laith, 13th behind Jamra SB here at Meydan. Out in trip here for tonight's race. A 1,200-metre winner on the 28th of February last year. Certainly prefers the sprinting trips. Maybe 1,400 metres could be at the back end of his range as well, the 9-year-old Entire. 12 is Namor. He was a maiden winner at Abu Dhabi back in 2024. Hasn't been seen for 439 days. Bit of an unknown in the race. Kayan SB's had 2 good runs, including a win in his last 2 starts. They were both coming at Elaine in maiden and conditions company. Last time out, beaten less than a length there by Azam AH. Looking to continue on that form and gets 54 kilos here as a 4-year-old. Sandstorm AA hasn't really had the season to remember here after a really good season last year. The 6-year-old mare looking to bounce back here. Tygo Shea rides with the 53.5 kilograms for Ernst Ortel. Ray Dawson rides Bar Eid for Ibrahim Al Hadrami. This one here for Sheikha Al Yazia bin Sultan Al Nayan. Has had the 2 runs to date at 1,600 metres, both at a lane, including a win on debut. Has been around the mark. The lightweight should aid its chances. The wide draw, a slight concern. And last but not least, AF Muhem wearing the pink cap here. Anderson Piver to do the riding here, picks up the ride for Ernst Ortel. Down the track his last 2 after 2 successive wins, those coming at Jebel Ali up the hill. Looking to hopefully get back into the form here after those 2 failures. Dropping back in distance should help. That's our runners as they make their way to the tunnel for the opening event, the Longines Conquest. We have a field of 16 runners taking to the track over the 7 furlongs, our opening event.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award of the evening. The winning groom picking up 650 dirhams per race, and in our opening contest, it has gone to horse number 5, and that is Ahmad, who's looked after by Banwar Singh. Banwar Singh made his way into the winner's enclosure already, where he is joined by Ali Asser, the CEO of PHI Advertising. And Benoit Singh, with a big smile on his face, receiving his prize from Aliesa. Our thanks to PHI Advertising for their continued support of this important award here at Meydan. And best of luck to Amar and Benoit Singh in our opening race. So looking forward to our first race of the evening, the Longines Conquest. It's over 1,400 meters on the dirt for the Purebred Arabians, and we're taking a closer look here at horse number 9, AF Yatwad, who's got a good draw installed too. Both Pat and I were keen on the chances of this 7-year-old. Judged on the recent form this horse has shown, plenty of speed, but that is at the minimum distance of 5 furlongs. The last 2 wins, the most recent of those coming just 5 days ago at Alain. Very impressive performance, had the field spread-eagled a long way from home, was at one stage I think about 12 lengths clear, but kept up the gallop well enough on that occasion to see it out. He's obviously going up 2 furlongs or 400 meters in distance today, but he's got a good draw in stall number 2. He's got an excellent rider in Richard Mullen on board, and if he can get a good break, sit on the lead and dictate fractions to a degree, although in fairness, judged by the way he races, he's likely to have built up something of a lead, then I think he's got to be a big player. The closing stages are going to be interesting though, if you are with AF Yatwad as the pack closes. It's worth mentioning the Yaz Racing team's horses. Well, Silvestre de Souza is on horse number 7, and that is Safa, who won 2 starts back at Sharjah, where he beat Amar, his owner companion. Obviously, Safa is trained by Eric Lamartinel. Amar is trained by Majid Al-Jahouri. Safa's draw in stall 13 makes things a little bit more tricky for him. He was behind Jamra here in January, and that form involves 1 or 2 other runners that are lining up today. I think the draw is enough of a challenge for Safa to suggest that maybe you look at the Yaz Racing team, it could be the likes of maybe Amar or Radad Al-Wathba. Now, Amar and Radad Al-Wathba finished in the first couple of positions when they last met at Alain at the beginning of this month. I think it's fair to say all three of the Yas Racing runners have a chance. Radar Al Wathba is also from the Eric Lamartinel stable. Jules Meydan is aboard, and he was actually on board when this horse won at Alain just over a year ago. The run behind Amma wasn't too bad. It was over this trip today. It's drawn in stall 9, Radar Al Wathba. Ammo's in 7. They're both in the calculations for this, our opening race. The loading up process well underway. Let's head up to the commentary box and rejoin Pat.
So that's 7 or 8 left to load here for the opening race. The Longines Conquest, 120,000 here for the Purebred Arabians. That is quite an open contest. Did go with the 9 here, AF Yatwad. Thought he would have the fitness on his side to give a sight from the front. Radar Al Wathba wasn't too far away in my selections. I thought if there was one that could loom late, he could be the one. One of 3 runners here for Yas Racing. 4 in the race for Khalid Khalifa Al Nabuda. So some of the Leviathan owners here with good hands in the race, looking to take this out. Amar, the last start winner, will be the last to join the line. Opting for the claim here with Hamad El Basaidi riding. The 1400 metres, they're set here for the Friday the 13th meeting. About to get underway. Ready? And racing now, the 16 underway. A.H. Tahan a little slow, Namor the same. Safir was away quickly, Gaia working up, Yatwad heading forward from his inside draw, then came Kazan. Next there in running was Amar from Sandstorm AA, Nash Bash ridden with aggression next. Baid out deeper, working along with the former Saudi Mahal Al Dahab. They were joined next there mid-pack by Muhem, then came Radar Al Wathba and working through AF Lath. Around them now A.H. Tahan wide on the course, Namor next from Muthabir, and SS is Dubai. It's Yatwad leading the way by a length and a half here as they work off the back in search of the 800 metres. He's 3 lengths clear of Gaia in second. Yatwad getting a clear lead now, coming away by 3 or 4 lengths. Kazan working up into second. Then came next there Amar from next there on the inside, Sandstorm AA. He's got a few of these chasing now the leader. A.H. Tahan somehow found his way to the fence here and is working up the inside for Pinero. Nash Bash next, Radar Al Wathba. Then came Gaia dropping back, passed by Muhem. Next there was Muthabir, and best of the rest was Safir as they head into the straight. And it's AF Yatwad leading the way from Kazan, who's now quickly on the scene. Out wider, A.H. Tahan, and widest of all there, Amar. It's Kazan SB taking over the lead for Abdulaziz Al Balushi. Kazan SB into the final 200. Look at A.H. Tahan. He's grinding away the outside here. A.H. Tahan picking up Kazan SB here in the final part. It's going to be a good finish. Kazan SB, A.H. Tahan dives or miss. Kazan SB will just get it from A.H. Tahan. Oh, he was everywhere in the race and he's nearly won too. Amar second, third across from Muhem. Then came Radar Al Wathba. Yatwad next from Muthabir. Next over SS is Dubai from Sandstorm AA, Nash Bash, AF Lath, Namor. Baid was next across from Gaia, who got tired. Safir the same. And the last one to join them in his UAE debut, Mahal Al Dahab. 13 will win, Kayan SB. It was going to be tight on the line there, A.H. Tahan. He was 4 deep at the back. He was on the rail down the side, and oh my God, it was some steer. He's been beaten ahead here. Kayan SB goes on to win, 1:33.92 winner's time, and Ibrahim Al Hadrami picks up another Meydan winner for the season. 13-1-5-17 your numbers. Kayan SB gets the win.
Well, it was getting desperate in the closing stages. Kayan SB was just clinging on as A.H. Tahan closed him down on the line. Turning for home as expected. AF Yathwad out in front, but was now running on fumes, having gone a good pace in the early stage. A horse who was better at 5 furlongs. Did well to, I suppose, last as long as he did inside the final 2 furlongs. And this is where Kayan SB took control of the race. But all the while, A.H. Tahan is closing him down. The last 50 yards were a very long one if you were with Kayan SB. And A.H. Tahan has made up a fair bit of ground. Did well, actually, from stall 12 to get as close as he's done. And a fine effort in second. Amar has run very well to fill 3rd spot, doing best of the Yas Racing runners. And back in 4th was number 17, AF Muhem. But when they turned for home, you could see the long-time leader, AF Yathwad, had got a bit tired. And he was about to be taken over from the lead by Kayan. And Kayan was in front a long way from home. having chased AF Yatwad to try and pick up that leader, which he did, left him vulnerable in the closing stages. He needed a line. He was drifting off a true line and not hampering anything in behind, but he was getting quite tired and he needed that finish line. But he got it. Kayan SB to win his second race in now 5 starts. This 4-year-old has hopefully a very bright future, because he's only had 5 starts so far, as we're saying, 2 wins so far, and he's shown plenty of pace and showed a bit of grit in the closing stages to just hold off AH Tahan.
And the unofficial numbers here in race number 1, 13, 1, 5, 17, 13, 1, 5, 17. Kian SB, your winner, 133, 9, 2. Margins ahead by 3 3/4. 13, 1, 5, 17, race 1.
Time to welcome back the winner of our first race tonight after the running of the Longines Conquest. 4-year-old grey colt by Jabal Kassioun out of Al Horja, ridden by Abdulaziz Al Balushi, owned by Saad bin Suhail Salim Bawan, trained by Ibrahim Al Hadrami. A round of applause for Kayan SB.
And correct weight is given in race number 1. Correct weight 13, 1, 5, 17. Correct weight race 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation for our opening race tonight here at Meydan. And our 8 racers are supported by Longines. We are delighted to have them here. They are a long-standing partner at Meydan and of the Dubai Racing Club. And to make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Mr. Najib Kiwan, Regional Brand Manager. What an exciting race we've had to get things underway with the running of the Longines Conquest, and it was won by Kayan SB, and he's done it in dramatic fashion, holding off the late challenge of AH Tahan. Representing the winning owners, Saad bin Suhail, Salim Bawan. Put your hands together for Yusuf and Salim. Looking forward to our next race. It's the first race for the Thoroughbreds tonight. It's the Longines Master Collection Year of the Horse, and without a saddle on at the moment. He will have one very soon. Is horse number 7, Just Another Dance. He's got the red hood on just to keep him nice and calm before racing starts. He is a son of Justify. He's had 3 starts for Salim bin Gadaya. Bernardo Pinheiro, who's ridden him on all 3 occasions, is back on board tonight. So he looks very fit and ready to go. He actually ran with a fair bit of promise all 3 starts so far. He's shown some promise. The first one was behind Sirocco Wins, who actually ran well here last week. And last time out, he was 3rd behind National Interest. That was stepping up to 1,600 metres, the mile distance. Today, he goes up a little bit further in distance, but I think judged on pedigree, he should be able to enjoy that trip. And I think he's a horse with a very good chance in this. Just in the foreground, horse number 6, just going to our left now, is Inner Wisdom. son of Teofilo for Musaba Almiri, and Andrew Slatter will be doing the riding on him. He's had a fair few starts. He's obviously yet to win because he's here in this maiden, but he's just struggling for form at the moment. Just looking through those runs at Sharjah and Jebel Ali so far, he hasn't really shown much, and hopefully a little bit more will be in evidence today. Ahead of him is the grey. That's horse number 2. That's Desert Horizon. Quite a sizable individual, this 6-year-old son of Caravaggio. Actually ran well at Sharjah last time out. You heard from Pat at the top of the show today about that run where he was third to Yuvraj, who's not a bad performer for the Doug Watson, Pat Dobbs team. Actually, Desert Horizon wasn't beaten that far by Yuvraj and is still lightly enough race. This has been his 8th start today to suggest that maybe there's a little bit more to come from him. Let's just turn over to the right and you'll find in the saddling area, horse number 3, still having some adjustments made. That's Fayad for Kays Aboud. Hamid Al Busaidi is on board. I mentioned that run of national interest, that race that National Interest won in reference to Just Another Dance. Well, in that race, Fayad was back in 4th. Actually, another horse who's shown a fair bit of ability, but has had more racing than most. Fayad's had 16 starts already, so you just wonder how much improvement there is to come from this 5-year-old, and he's a bit more exposed than a few others. So that's a little bit of a question mark against him. Let's have a look here. Who else is wandering around? Right in front of us, horse number 5, Hidden Secret. He's got the red hood on as well. That's just to help keep him calm before we get to the heart of the proceedings. Actually ran well here on the turf last time out, as we saw earlier on when he was 3rd behind Impressive Act. He was also in that race behind Sirocco Wins when he finished 2nd at Jebel Ali. If he's going to enjoy being back on the dirt here, then he will have a very good chance. Just about to walk past the camera here on the left is horse number 4. That's Fiction Maker, very sizable individual, a son of Shamadal, but he is now a lightly raced 7-year-old maiden. So he has plenty to find on his most recent form. So a fair few have gone. There's still 2 left here. Actually, if we just ask the camera turn around a little bit over to the left, you'll see one just coming towards us. That's horse number 7 now, who we started off our entire preview here in the pre-parade ring with, and that is Just Another Dance. We saw him without his saddle, and here he is with his saddle, heading down towards the others, joining the tunnel and heading into the paddock itself. So that's a look at some of the contenders for this, our 2nd race, the first tonight for the Thoroughbreds.
Race number 2 is the Longines Master Collection Year of the Horse. So we welcome in the new Lunar New Year. 1900 metres on the dirt here for this maiden. And we go with a field of 12. Take out the 8 La Yatel. Let's head to our first horse. It is Dayam, the former Jebel Ali runner, now in the care of Khalifa Al Nayedi, Ali Atiyah, to do the riding, claiming 2.5 here. Has the rating of 62. 7 starts, yet to figure in the top 3, and returns here off 27 days. Was unable to figure in a run at Jebel Ali on the 17th of January. 2 is Desert Horizon. Went to Sharjah last time out over 2,000 metres. Ran 3rd on that occasion there behind Yuvraj. Returns back here to non-winners company and looks to be one of the winning contenders here. If he can repeat that performance, you could see him going pretty close. Number 4 is Fiction Maker, the son of Shamadal for Ahmed Al Shamaili. Jules Mobian to do the riding here. Down the track, running 12th behind Ocean Viking in a 70-90. Was up against it last time out. Onto the dirt once again, and back to non-winners company should aid his chances. Number 3 is Fayad, Ahmad Al Basaidi claiming 2.5 for Kaysa Bood, and Mr. Ali Haddad has been doing a lot of running at Jebel Ali. Comes to Meydan here for career start number 17, 5- to date. Number 5 is Hidden Secret. He's been around the mark his last couple. He's run 3rd and 2nd his last 2 starts. Last time out was 3rd, beaten by Impressive Act. That was over the 1,400 metres on turf. They step him up in distance and back onto the dirt here. A track and surface he is all too familiar with. 6 is Inner Wisdom. He's been a long way off them his last few starts. He comes out of that same race there as Desert Horizon, heading to Sharjah last time out. Back to Maiden Company suits. He draws the ace. Just Another Dance is a horse that I don't think have got to the bottom with completely yet. I think has a good maiden win in him. The 5-year-old gelding by Justify. Bernardo Pinheiro and Salam bin Gadai combine. This runner having his first Meydan run. Stablemate is Lobster, the runner wearing the black cap here for Salam bin Gadaya. Jose Santiago to do the riding. Hasn't figured anywhere near the winners in his 2 runs to date. Steps out here to a flatter surface at Meydan for the first time in his career. Both runs at Jebel Ali to date. Nature Watch came through the same race at Sharjah. Wasn't to be. Back to Maiden Company, but still hasn't been able to figure in Maiden Company in those 2 other runs. Maybe the switch to Jebel Ali will see him go better. Pizarro has had 2 runs and been down the track on both of them. Back to the Meydan dirt here as we saw him race on his debut run. That was over 1,200 metres though. They're stepping him out in trip. Maybe the extra distance will aid his hopes. Political Truth hasn't been able to get anywhere near the winners in his recent runs. Switches over to Meydan here. 2 seconds from 10 starts. That last second coming over this similar distance. 1,950 at Jebel Ali. That was back on the 13th of December. He's done a fair bit of racing this season already. Another runner for Osama Rafai here. Run with the cash for Syed Ashish. Royston French to do the riding here in career start number 9. Fell off the wayside last start. That was in a tougher race. Last time out at Maiden Company was within 7 lengths.
It's time for the second PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award. And in race number 2, it has gone to horse number 6, Inner Wisdom. And Inner Wisdom is looked after by Anwar Nijamuddin, and he has made his way back from leading the horse out onto the racecourse to the winner's enclosure, and that is where he will find Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising, handing over his prize of 650 dirhams now. The handshake of success for Anwar Nijamuddin. Best of luck to him and Inner Wisdom, and our thanks to PHI Advertising for their support of this award. Let's have a closer look at some of the leading contenders for this maiden, the Longines Master Collection Year of the Horse. And first up, it's Hidden Secret, who's a pretty useful performer. Now, he finished 3rd here at Meydan, just over 4 weeks ago, when he was on the turf, and that was over 7 furlongs or 1,400 meters. So he steps up in distance and he switches surfaces. On raw ability, though, you think he's got it in him to win a race of this nature. He has got an awkward draw though in stall 12, and of course he remains a maiden after 8 starts so far, but he's definitely got ability, and he comes into this race off the back of 2 pretty good runs. He was obviously that 3rd behind Impressive Act, and prior to that was 2nd behind Sirocco. Wins both of them, those efforts would put him in with a good chance. Another intriguing contender here is Just Another Dance for Bernardo Pinheiro and Salim bin Gadaya. Obviously, Bernardo Pinheiro just out of the missing out in the first race, finishing 2nd on Tahan. Didn't quite get there. Just Another Dance has only had the 3 runs. The son of Justify, his 5-year-old, has been a long time in getting to the racecourse. Made his debut in December last year. Ran well at Jebel Ali. continues to step up and trip after that run of Jebel Ali. He finished midfield again there over the same distance of 7 furlongs. Went up to a mile there last time out and again ran okay when he was third behind National Interest. And I think, judged on pedigree, he should enjoy this step up and trip. He's just seemingly on pretty good terms with himself heading down to post. It's a little bit excitable, but Bernardo Pinero's got him under control after those few strides of excitement. It's also worth mentioning, if we can, Desert Horizon, the grey, who Pat gave a positive mention to, finished third at Sharjah on his most recent run. Obviously, he's a maiden after 7 starts, and although he's had those number of runs, you just get the feeling that the run last time out represented a significant step forward for him, and hopefully he can follow that up with an even better run today. But the run behind Yuvraj in handicap company over 10 furlongs was very notable, certainly when compared to some of his rivals in this race, and Desert Horizon will most certainly make the shortlist. The horse alongside him there with the green and the red colours, that's Fayad, horse number 3, who is another that has to be of huge interest. He was also in that race behind National Interest that we spoke about in relation to Just Another Dance. He, prior to that, had also run well at Jebel Ali in January as well, when he was third behind Muntasir. He was third there behind Elusive Trevor, who runs later on the card tonight. So there are a fair number of runs for Fayad, but of course he is one of the more exposed runners in this race, having had 16 starts so far, and there may be a few others that could improve beyond him. It's not a deep race, but it's certainly competitive. 1 or 2 horses still unexposed in terms of their profiles, so there's certainly a fair amount of interest as the runners continue to load for this, our second. Pat, it's all yours.
1900 metres here for this second contest, and we're up to a field of 12 now, with La Yatel being a withdrawal here from the event. Hidden Secret is our international market favourite, narrowly from Desert Horizon, as Pizarro comes up into line and completes the line here for Tiger O'Shea. 1900 metres, ready to go. Bit of movement inside with Political Truth. They stand at attention, and away they go. Fayad and Political Truth slow. Inner Wisdom, Desert Horizon jumps spectacularly. Hidden Secret out deeper, works forward. Just Another Dance is perched out wider, trying to hustle up into the ruck there. Then came Fiction Maker, Pizarro also out deepest of all. Then came Inner Wisdom, who's now back to about 5th or 6th, but still has the inside and plenty of room to breathe. A length or 2 back now to Lobster. 3 lengths to Political Truth, 5 lengths Nature Watch from Fayad. Diem and Run with the Cash is last. He'd be the best part of a dozen off the leader. Who onto the back is Hidden Secret, who's going to eventually work over to take the lead. From Pizarro in second, who's caught out wider, will work eventually across here to sit outside the leader. Up into 3rd position, leader's back was Desert Horizon, 3/4 of a length back to Just Another Dance. Still 3 wide at the moment, with Fiction Maker and Inner Wisdom booting up to the inside. A length and a half, maybe 2 lengths now to Lobster, 5 lengths there to Political Truth. The rear division have yet to make up any ground. Nature Watch back there with Fayad, 2.5 to 3 lengths back to Diem, and Run with the Cash is now 20 to 25 lengths off the leaders as they continue along here in mid-12s. Hidden Secret leads a half to Pizarro. Desert Wisdom, Desert Horizon now peeling off 3 wide to begin his run here, and they've broken away from Inner Wisdom. Then came Fiction Maker. Just Another Dance did too much work early. Nature Watch next from Political Truth, and best of the rest there was Fired as they come into the straight, and it's a 3-horse race here. Hidden Secret on the inside goes to battle with Pizarro. Desert Horizon still trying to peg into the margin here. It's Hidden Secret the leader from Pizarro. Desert Horizon now levelling up to get into his work. Hidden Secret all out at the 200. Desert Horizon now coming up to his eye line, coming on past Desert Horizon, looking to put it away in the final 16th of a mile, and he will do just that. Desert Horizon coming away to win a length and a half from Hidden Secret, 3rd across Pizarro. Daylight 4th, well, 4th was Inner Wisdom. Then came into 5th position there, Just Another Dance, Run with the Cash, Nature Watch, Fayad. Political Truth was next from Diem, then came Lobster, and Fiction Maker the last one home. They were stretched out like mums. They were hung out here right across a long way from first to last. I'd say probably 35 lengths going across the line here. Oh my God, there was some big margins here. The judge is going to have a field day with this one. 2, your winner, 159.42. The margins will be around a length and a half there on the line. We know that for sure. Hidden Secret stuck on well into second position. Pizarro has run out of his skin going off his first 2 runs. And Inner Wisdom will hold on for 4th position. 2, 5, 11 and 6. 2, 5, 11 and 6. Desert Horizon gets the win in race number 2. And they've broken just under 2 minutes here. 159.42 here for the 1900.
Desert Horizon has come home best of all under a well-judged ride from Danny Tudhope, and he's beaten Hidden Secret, who had to work pretty hard to get the lead in the early stages. But I thought turning for home, he saw off Pizarro, just saved a little bit, Sam Hitchcock, but not enough to see off Desert Horizon. Pizarro, as you heard from Pat, has stepped forward significantly from his first 2 runs at Meydan and at Jebel Ali, where he was well held on both those occasions, to run much better today under Tiger Shea. And they are miles clear of Inner Wisdom, who finished back in 4th. But Desert Horizon on this, his 8th start, ran well at Sharjah last time out, and the way the race unfolded and how he was ridden in the circumstances has certainly worked in his favour. Danny Tudhope showed enough patience in the early part of the race where there was a real battle for the lead. Hidden Secret got it. Just Another Dance forced it, got very tired in the closing stages. In fact, it was Diam who was finished back, who was also up in the pace and then dropped away early on. But Desert Horizon has beaten Hidden Secret, Pizarro and Inner Wisdom. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4. And the first 3 are miles clear of everything else. Desert Horizon, though, wins his first race on his 8th attempt, and he was getting better, judged by that run last time out at Sharjah when he was 3rd to Yuvraj. That was an improved effort, and he has shown another marked step forward for this son of Caravaggio. Turning for home, this is where Hidden Secret just about to put Pizarro away, but he couldn't hold off the surge from Desert Horizon. I imagine the finishing speeds were quite slow for this race, but in the end, what we have got in the circumstances, a good ride, good judged ride from Danny Tudhope on Desert Horizon from Musaba Almiri.
And those unofficial numbers are confirmed. 2, 5, 11, 6. 2, 5, 11, 6. Desert Horizon, your winner, 159.42 confirmed time. Margins 1.5 by 2 3/4. 2, 5, 11, 6. Race 2.
Time to welcome back our second winner of the evening here at Meydan, following the running of the Longines Master Collection Year of the Horse. It was won by the 6-year-old bay gelding by Caravaggio out of Tandraji, ridden by Danny Tudhope, owned by Hamid Ali Hamad Al Hamro, and trained by Musaba Almiri. A round of applause for the winner of the Longines Master Collection Year of the Horse. It is Desert Horizon. Well done, Danny Tudhope. Danny, early part of the race, they seem to be going very quickly. Did you have in mind how you wanted to judge it and when you wanted to deliver your challenge?
Yeah, well, I thought Sam Hitchcock's horse was a horse to beat, and I seen him, he was drawn wide, you know, he made a lot of use of his horse early. I was happy to sit in and take a lead off him, and he's always finished his races off strong, this lad, and since he stepped up to this trip now, he's showing a bit more, you know.
Yeah. When we're watching a race like that, we see a horse seemingly finishing. Is it a case more of conserving energy so that you've got something for the end of the race as opposed to actually going any faster?
Yeah, he's a lazy horse anyway. He doesn't do anything quick, even stepping up and trip. But look, I'm glad he's finally broke his maiden tag.
Well done, Danny.
Thanks.
Incorrect weight is given in the Longines Master Collection Year of the Horse. 2-5-11-6. 2-5-11-6. Desert Horizon, your winner, 159.42. Margins 1.5 by 2 3/4. Correct weight, race 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our second race of the evening, the Longines Master Collection Year of the Horse, of course, celebrating the Year of the Horse, the Fire Horse in the Chinese New Year, the Fire Horse representing bold action and opportunity. And our thanks once again to Longines for their support of racing here tonight and their continued support of racing at Meydan and the Dubai Racing Club. We welcome to the stage once again Mr. Najib Kiwan, the Regional Brand Manager, to make the presentation. The winner of our second race, beautifully judged ride from Daniel Tudhope on Desert Horizon, owned by Hamad Ali Hamad Al Hamroa. Please welcome to the stage to receive, on behalf of the winning team, Maria Ritchie and Abu Bakr. Here we go, Meydan. We are ready for our first edition tonight of Faces at the Races. And your chance to win 500 dirhams. All you have to do, find yourself in front of our cameras and produce that big, beautiful, beaming smile, and you'll be walking away with 500 dirhams. Obviously, you'll have to make your way to the reward center to pick up your prize of 500 dirhams. That might be the trickiest part for you, but let's see who is going to win it. We're having a closer look at these smiles. Now, we've got to see real effort. You've got to strain all those muscles in the face to produce that smile. You've got to go really hard to give us what you think is the best. That's good. Add a thumbs up as well, sir. Very good. Not too bad. I'm not sure that, is that the winner? We're not sure. We're doing our best. Who is going to take this prize? And we are going, there she is. Congratulations. That's the effort we were hoping to get. And she's even applauding herself. Excellent work. She's done a fabulous job. And in fact, you should probably be announcing this winner, young lady. Well done. 500 dirhams is yours. Just make your way to the reward center and pick up your prize. Don't share it with anyone.
Race number 3 on the program is the Longines Prima Luna. It's over the 2,000 metres on turf for 190,000 dirham. We go with a field of 14 runners, with the rail out this evening on the turf track. This one our first of our turf races for the evening. Let's head into the parade and join our first horse. That is number 1, Rock of Cashel, the 4-year-old colt here by Wooten Bassett for Niels Peterson and Carlos Lopez. Has had the 2 runs here so far to date, both of those over 2,000 and 2,400 metres. Down the track on both of those occasions, but you'd say be working up to a better degree of fitness. From a handicap perspective, the easiest race he's faced since arriving here, so hopefully we see him run well with the full 62 kilograms. Ruling Dynasty is the 2. Hamad El Basaidi claiming 2.5 here for Ismail Muhammad, who trains and owns the runner. He's had 3 starts this season already. Best result was a 7th to date, but dropping back to the shortest trip of 10 furlongs that he's seen so far. His shortest trip so far this campaign has been 1.5 miles. So maybe the shorter distance might be a welcoming move. 3 is high season. He stays at the same trip, but switches over onto the turf here for tonight's assignment after running 14th last time out, beaten just shy of 60 lengths. Silver Sword has another run this season, stepping out to his longest trip so far for the campaign of 2,000 metres, beaten 3 lengths by Folk Festival in a fastly run contest last time out over the mile. Warhawk experiences a bit of change as well. First run for him on the turf since arriving here in the UAE. He's had 3 runs, 2 at Jebel Ali and 1 here at Meydan, all on the dirt. Comes here with the nice form on the turf in the UK and gets the green stuff back under his feet here for tonight's run, 4th up. Danny Tudhope looks for an early race-to-race double. He partners City of Delight here for David Manusier. The 5-year-old gelding by City of Light was 8 lengths off tap leader over 2,000 metres on dirt last time out. He makes the switch as well. 6 is Motor Derrick. First of 3 rides tonight for Oisin Orr. It's for Shadwell. John Hyde trains. Beaten 3.8 lengths by Sean last time out to the races over 1,900 metres in a 70 to 90. Tackles a very similar race. It just gets a little bit more distance this time around. Last time he contested this distance was Enlisted Company back in September of 2024. Darmis got back and ran on well to run second to Ocean Viking last time out. Looks absolutely immaculate in the yard, has come on incredibly well in the coat and hopefully will run as good as he looks here, the 4-year-old colt by Mendelssohn. Also gets the aid of an extra 100 metres here to aid his get back and run on style. 9 is Shepherd and Lodge. He's had a fair few starts this season. This is his 4th run for 2026. The 5-year-old Entire by Lope de Vega. He draws the ace. Tygo Shea does the riding here for Bupat Seema. Number 10 is Thundering for Vaslav Janacek and Guillermo Aras Correta. 7th in his first run back here for the season in the UAE. A 2,000 metre winner 2 starts ago in Spain before heading across here to the UAE. So has form at the distance. Hopefully we see Thundering run well. Just has to overcome gate 14 of 14 here for tonight's run. Al Mukhtar was 3.6 lengths off Ablan last time out at Abu Dhabi on the turf. Drops back in trip and heads back here to Meydan. Finely Tuned is drawn a little sticky in 13. Bernardo Pinheiro does the riding here for Efran Aguinzones. 49th career start here for the 9-year-old gelding by Glen Eagles. (13) is Katab, spots the black cap here for Shadwell. Ali Al-Badwawi, Mirzabek Kapushev to ride. second last time out behind Sean. Gave a good sight as well. Extra distance may assist here in this run, coming into this start off 35 days. Truth Explained has been well and truly a dirt horse since he arrived here in the UAE. He has a run on the turf here tonight, and there is some turf breeding through his there is some turf form, I should say, through his breeding. The 5-year-old Entire by Justify. Pat Dobbs does the riding for Doug Watson. That's our field of 14 for the Longines Prima Luna. It is a 70 to 90 handicap, and the runners make their way out to the course.
Oh, Ed Crisford just waiting for his rider to arrive for this race for Warhawk. Tell me about this horse's chances here, because he's obviously back on the turf after the death. We're all seeing that as a huge positive. How do you see it?
No, I agree. He's run some really solid races on the dirt. But we just felt he fit into this race nicely, and you know, we sort of tried it. He hasn't really done it on dirt, so we thought, well, bring him back to turf, and yeah, it probably is a bonus.
Looking at his form in the UK, I think he won at Epsom, obviously at the Derby meeting. In terms of comparing that to the race today, it looks to give him a pretty decent chance off this mark.
No, 100%. You know, that was a competitive handicap on Derby Day. And he did it well, and I think the week before that, or 10 days before that, he won at Chester. So he's sort of climbing through the ranks, and I think, yeah, I mean, we always had Dubai in mind for him, so we sort of, you know, gave him an easy autumn. But yeah, I think, you know, this sort of race, he'll have a squeak for sure.
Very quickly, just to ask you about Kudwa, who ran at Abu Dhabi last weekend. Came out of the race okay. I thought he ran really well in defeat.
You know, he did run well. He was, you know, the wide draw didn't help. He was wide the whole way around, no cover, which for a horse like him is not ideal. But he's bounced out of it, to be honest. Head to Stoop Saturday.
Excellent. We look forward to seeing him there. Sylvester has just arrived.
That's all. Thank you.
Cheers, Ed. And we are all good to go for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for race number 3. It has been won by horse number 4, Silver Sword, looked after by Shabir Ali, who is in the winner's enclosure now alongside Aliessa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. They have been stalwarts in supporting this award here at Meydan, and Aliessa is presenting the prize to Shabir Ali now, who is hoping for a big run from Silver Sword in our 3rd race of the evening. Best of luck to the combination, and our thanks to PHI Advertising. Good race this, the Longines Prima Luna, over 10 furlongs on the turf, and the first horse we'll take a closer look at is number 5, that's Warhawk, for Simon and Ed Christopher and Silvestre de Souza, riding for Rabba Racing. We heard from Ed Christopher beforehand as he turns back to the turf, having run 3 times on the dirt here during the season, twice at Jebel Ali, and last time out here at Meydan when he was 3rd behind Antrim. It was a pretty good effort. Antrim is a pretty useful horse, as we've seen so far this season. Warhawk has run with a great deal of credit in those 3 runs, but we heard about the form that he showed in the UK on the turf, including when he won at the Derby meeting at Epsom back in June, and he represents a horse and a team with a very strong chance. That's number 5, Warhawk, in our upcoming race. The best turned out in this race, the award sponsored by PHI Advertising, went the way of Silver Sword, and he has got a good chance here. He won earlier in the season, he won in December when he beat Emperor's Star. He represents a team who've had a very good time of things here. The Dylan Cunha team, Telgunner Joe winning recently, and they've had a number of horses placed as well. And Silver Sword actually didn't run too badly behind Folk Festival here last time out. That was in the middle of January, and he actually stayed on quite nicely in the end. It's representing another good run. You know, the horses from the Dylan Cunha team have rarely run below par, and Silver Sword has kept his level up through the season. I think you can't rule him out again, but obviously he has kept his place in the handicap at a relatively high stage. So hopefully he'll run well again. It's very likely that he'll show his best, and in this sort of company, he's also on the shortlist. And another horse who has to be on the shortlist is number 8, Damis, who ran on very strongly. As we saw the visual clue of that run behind Ocean Viking here at the beginning of January. He stayed on really strongly from a relatively uncompromising position. He made up a lot of ground to finish second on that occasion. That was over 1,900 meters. He goes an extra 100 meters today, but judged by that performance, that should be well within his compass. He actually started off the season with a run behind Heart of Honor on the dirt, then switched back to the turf, ran okay behind a Native American, but ran much better in that race behind Ocean Viking, and he's set for another big finish here. If they go good pace, you think it'll suit him. Obviously, he's drawn in stall 8, Warhawk in 2, and Silver Sword in 7. Loading up process underway for race 3 as we head up to join Pat.
So these runners are loading away. Kitab comes up along with the City of Delight. Looking into the international market, City of Delight is off the map here. He's just shy of 3-1 here, opening odds of about 12-1 overseas. So they have come for him and come for him big. He's into favouritism now. Number 7, one-way traffic. As Motor Derek loads forward. Joined here by Ruling Dynasty, finely tuned, about to come up as well. It's pushed a few of these out as well. Warhawk currently 4-1 on the international market. It's the longest he's been since markets opened up. Silver Sword coming in. Market elect out of 3 here. Danny Tudhope looking for an early double as Vaslav Janacek loads away with Thundering. They're ready at the 2,000, set and away. And they all broke to a clean line. Away fast the middle, Silver Sword, High Season, Motor Derek, and Finely Tuned and Thundering also hammering it on early here to try and get across. Finely Tuned's going to lead them from Motor Derek, Silver Sword, up on the inside High Season as they head out onto the course proper from Truth Explained. Thundering looking for a spot in. He's about 6th or 7th. Inside of him, Dar Miss, High Season, 3 back the inside under lock and key from next there, Ruling Dynasty, Dar Miss. Next there on the outside was Kitab from El Mukhtar, Warhawk second to last, and last of all Shepparton Lodge. Inside the 1400 they're about to travel, 14.49, 11.52, Finely Tuned leads them out a length and a half. Motor Derek gets across to second position, High Season third and spots the lead 4. Half a length to Silver Sword from Thundering, then came City of Delight travelling along well. He's on a long rein, a length and a half there to Truth Explained from in the middle there, Rock of Cashel, Ruling Dynasty the rail. Kitab's 4 wide without cover. Dar Miss at the rear of the field along with Al Mukhtar, Shepparton Lodge and Warhawk is now last of all and will have to come past all of them at the 900 as they work off onto the side of the course here in our first turf race of the evening. And getting away with nice fractions up in front is Bernardo Pinheiro with Finely Tuned. A length and 3/4 to Motor Derek, a length and a half there to High Season from Silver Sword Thundering. Next City of Delight from Kitabu creeps up wider and has been forced to do so midway. Next there was Rolling Dynasty, followed there by Truth Explained, Dar Miss, Warhawk, Shepparton Lodge, and last of all El Mukhtar. They swing. 400 metres left to go. Finally Tuned comes back to them. Motor Derek now presents along with Silver Sword. Then came High Season out wider. Thundering along with Kitab, Dar Miss, Warhawk looking for a way clear. It's Finely Tuned from High Season. Ruling Dynasty working through with Silver Sword. City of Delight out wider, starting to present. High Season the leader. Here's City of Delight though, along with Ruling Dynasty. Ruling Dynasty the centre. City of Delight, they go to the line. Ruling Dynasty in a head bobble with City of Delight, denies him the win. Then came High Season, followed by Finely Tuned. Next there Warhawk, couldn't get out from Silver Sword, every chance. Next over Kitab, Dar Miss from El Mukhtar. Next over there was Thundering from Motor Derek, Rock of Cashel, and Shepparton Lodge. Truth Explained the last in. Dove through the centre did Ruling Dynasty. Hamad Al Basaidi claiming here for Ismail Muhammad and gets the win. Ruling Dynasty 204.17. 204.17 Ruling Dynasty dives out and gets it ahead. 2 beats the 7. High Season's run out of his skin. 3 in for third. Photo 4th. Silver Sword and Finely Tuned coming down to the line together. We'll get that one there. 2.73. And Finely Tuned holds on in a photo. 2.73.12 in the Longines Prima Luna. Ruling Dynasty runs a great race. Hamad Al Basaidi with another Meydan win for the season. A great success here for the young Omani rider.
Another thriller here at Meydan with Ruling Dynasty just getting the better of the well-supported on the international markets City of Delight, who had a really good run through the race in comparison. He was down on the rail, and actually just in behind him is the eventual winner. That's Ruling Dynasty. You'll see Ruling Dynasty with the white cap and City of Delight just there. Danny Paddock just had to wait just in behind for a stride or two behind Silver Sword, and that might have just been the difference as the horses, the two main challengers now about to launch their bids. Ruling Dynasty just got a fractional advantage over City of Delight, and that proved crucial in the run to the line. High Season was back in third. Have a look at the relative runs towards just one off the rail with the maroon and the white. That is Ruling Dynasty. He's just in behind High Treason. And Danny Tuddup has just got to switch out. The horse with the noseband in the middle of the field there. That is City of Delight. Just waited for the run behind Silver Sword. And as a consequence, he had to check his stride just momentarily. In fairness, though, Ruling Dynasty has shown great courage to come in between horses in the closing stages. Silver Sword has run well in behind those. You have to say Warhawk was a bit unlucky given the fact that he ended up right at the back. Then Silvestre de Sousa couldn't quite get a clean run on Warhawk in the closing stages, but eventually he made up some good ground in that, eventually finishing back in about 5th or 6th spot, Warhawk. But it is Ruling Dynasty who's caused a little bit of an upset in our third.
Unofficial numbers in the Longines Prima Luna: 27312, 27312. Ruling Dynasty, your winner, 20417. Winner's time ahead by 1 1/4, 27312. Race 3.
Time to welcome back our third winner of the evening after the running of the Longines Prima Luna. It is a 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Night of Thunder out of Indian Petal, ridden by Hamad Al Busaidi, owned and trained by Ishmael Mohammed. A round of applause for Ruling Dynasty. So another winner tonight here at Meydan, another winner this season for Hamad Al Busaidi, making sure he weighs back in the right weight. And we can get his thoughts on this race, a dramatic win. And I must admit, watching the closing stages, I wasn't sure who was in front. And were you always confident that you would win?
To be honest, I galloped this horse last week, and I told the trainer, trust me, I will win, inshallah.
Really?
Sure, yes.
Why?
Because he showed me a good class when I galloped him last week, and I know he will run with little bit handicap 90 before he ran in a more handicap race, and now we have a good chance today, and he win, alhamdulillah.
But tell me about the run when you turned into the straight and you had to wait for the position and you stuck to the inside rail.
From first furlong, a little bit I have a bump from outside, but it was very clear, and I stay behind all the horses. I think I take 8th position from last, and I'm waiting only for the gap, and I ask my horse to go, and he go, alhamdulillah. Yes.
And this is another winner for you here at Meydan. Are you happy with the way this season has gone so far?
You know, I'm waiting for first win for me with the Thoroughbred horses. It's first win for me. 2 seasons I spent to have a win in Thoroughbred horses. So when you have a good horse and a good chance, you will win, inshallah.
Well, many congratulations. Very well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And correct weight is given here in race number 3. Correct weight 273.12. Correct weight in the Longines Prima Luna. Ruling Dynasty 204.17. Margins ahead by 1 1/4. Correct weight.
It's been a terrific night of racing already at Meydan, and we come to the presentation for our 3rd race, the Longines Prima Luna. It was run over 2,000 meters on the turf and produced another brilliant finish. Ruling Dynasty just getting the better of City of Delight. Let's welcome to the stage once again Najib Kawan, the regional brand manager, and we thank Longines for their support of tonight's racing and their continued support of racing at the Dubai Racing Club, and particularly here at Meydan. The winner, Ruling Dynasty, is owned and trained by Ismail Mohammed. Please welcome to the stage to receive on behalf of the winning team, Mohammed Fahad Siddiqui and Jelani Siddiqui. We're looking at the runners in the pre-parade ring ahead of our fourth race, which is the Longines Spirit Pilot. We're back on the dirt, 1,600 metres, and let's have a look at a couple of the horses behind us. Starting with horse number 1, this is Mozahim for Michael Costa, and Silvestre de Souza will be racing the colours of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. 2 starts back, actually ran pretty well at Sharjah behind Morning, but followed that up with a disappointing effort here behind Telemark, so needs to bounce back from that effort. Behind that is horse number 4, Lassadud, who's kept a fair level of form last couple of starts, was also in that race behind Telemark, but ran much better, finishing 3rd on that occasion. Prior to that, had actually run really well behind Force and Valor. When finishing 2nd, obviously Force and Valor in the race today. Lassadud will be ridden by Chantal Sutherland for Bupat Sima. And just joining in with those two, we'll find horse number 3, Army Ethos, who runs in the colours of Victorious Forever, and Fawzi Nas was down the field on the turf last time out behind Yotared. Prior to that, actually ran okay. That was on the dirt behind Drew's Goal, but was beaten a fair way on that occasion. So last couple of runs suggest that Army Ethos has to step up a fair bit. Let's have a look over to our right, just coming into the this area of the parade ring is horse number 8, Diamond Dealer. This is a horse with a very good chance. He seems actually really good shape. He's quite an imposing individual, horse number 8, Diamond Dealer. He has got an awkward draw in stall 12, but he is representing Bupat Sima and Tygo Shea. He's a horse with a very good chance. He's been in pretty good form at Jebel Ali, won twice so far this season, so he'd be a horse that would have a pretty good chance. Let's just spin around and find to the right, you'll find horse number 5 coming along in just a moment. That is Force and Valor, also racing Victorious Forever. He was also in that race behind Telemark and beat Lassadud 2 starts back. So on that sort of form, you'd say Force and Valor would make the shortlist for this race. Looks in good terms with himself. Not quite as tall as 1 or 2 others, but he's quite lengthy, quite a strong individual. Have a look at the difference between him, number 5, and horse number 8, who's a much taller individual. That's who we've seen already, Diamond Dealer. Let's pick up horse 15, who has just finished up being saddled. And that is one more for the Richard Hannon team. Pat Dobbs in the saddle on one more, racing the colours of Mrs. Fitriani Hay. Last run here at Meydan was behind the Fingal Raven. It wasn't too bad, but that was obviously on the turf. One more makes the switch to the dirt now, so that is a bit of a question mark, although has gone well on the all-weather, but that's not often a significant barometer as to how a horse will go on the dirt surface out here. I think there's just one other horse in this particular area. I'm trying to work out who it is. I'm going to say it's probably one of, actually there's two. There's 2 here. Horse number 6 is to the right, and 13. So let's have a closer look at 6, because that is Grey Fog, who is the winner of the Russian Derby back in 2025. Grey Fog, he is having his first start for Bupat Sima. First start. Let's bring the camera around a little bit better so you get a closer look at horse number 6. Because I think he could be quite interesting, Grey Fog. I look forward to seeing a bit more of him tonight. He's obviously shown his ability over further, as well as over a mile, but his Russian Derby win obviously came over 1.5 miles. Here he is coming out now. I got a look at him in the schooling session a week ago here at Meydan, and he's quite an imposing individual. Yeah, he's a handsome horse, this Grey Fog. Looking forward to seeing how he goes tonight.
Runners have arrived to the parade here for race number 4 on the programme. This one here is the Longines Spirit Pilot. And we head into the parade here with our first horse. That is number 1 in Mozahim, who joins the field here after running over the mile last time out here on the dirt. Ran 12th on that occasion. Has done most of his running over sprint trips so far this season with those 2 runs. The 6-year-old Entire by Cantharos. Silvestre de Souza to do the riding here for Michael Costa with the 62 kilos. Number 3 is Army Ethos for Fauzi Nass, and Adri De Vries has run 9th in his last race there behind Yatarid. That was on the 16th of January. He's 28 days between runs. He gets out to a suitable distance and switches over to the dirt here as well. 4 is Lasso Dude, who runs a good race every now and then. His last 2 have been fabulous. He just hasn't been able to finish it off in front. He was 3.4 lengths off Telemark last time out. That was a good form race. Comes into this with plenty of confidence and draws well in 3. 5 is Force and Valor, one of the other runners here for Victorious Forever. Spotting the white cap, Ray Dawson rides for George Scott. 7th in that race behind Telemark. Before that was a winner. And in a very similar race here. Distance, track and also grade for Force and Valor for his first run. Looking forward to seeing how he fares here. The 4-year-old gelding by Memis, looking to repeat that run 2 starts ago. Number 9 is Crown Estate, the son of Dabawi, Bernardo Pinheiro for Salam bin Gadaya. 15th last time out there behind Telemark, coming through that same race as most of these, and he'll be looking at going a little bit better than what we saw on that occasion. Does have to deal with a slightly wide draw as well. He's got 15 here of 15. He now comes into 14 with the scratching. Number 2 is our next horse, Roi de France, the 5-year-old gelding by See the Stars for Elleith Racing. Antonio Sintra and Julio Olajuara. It'd be an amazing result for Hamad El Basaidi if he was able to pick up a race-to-race double here. But Roi de France would need to improve on his Meydan stats so far to date if he was to figure here. 6 is the Russian Derby winner of 2025. That is Grey Fog, the 4-year-old colt here by Collected. Mirzabek Kapushev does the riding here for Bupat Sima, and owner Shamil Baimuradov. Number 10 is Quality Humour, drawn a little wide. Ahmed bin Hamish and Sam Hitchcock combine here for Sultan Ali. 7th last time out at Jebel Ali behind David of Athens. Should find this race a little bit easier. Number 12 is Al Jadaf, who was 7th last time out behind Narato here at Meydan. Hasn't seen the winner's circle for quite some time, has Al Jadaf, the 7-year-old gelding now by Shamadal. 13, Nimble Boy, another former Russian galloper. He's having his 11th career start here now, and Andy Slattery does the riding here for Bupat Sima. Drawn a little wide as well in 13 for tonight's race. Well, the Sintra and Olajuara stable have opted with a apprentice here for Courtier. Marcelino Rodriguez claiming the 2.5 kilos here with Courtier, the 5-year-old gelding by Matterhorn. He's a 4-time winner. He has his 17th career start tonight. Another one coming out of the Jebel Ali Mile prep race is Diamond Dealer. They've opted to come here instead. He's drawn 12 for tonight's race. Tiger Shea rides for Bupat Sima and Athbar Racing. He's making his way out a little early. 15 is One More for Patrick Dobbs and Richard Hannon. For Mrs. Fitzgerani Hay, Dr. Jim Hay. Last start at Meydan was 13th there behind the Fingal Raven. That was on the turf over the mile. Makes the switch over to dirt. So our final horse to arrive will be Nam Frick, rider in the parade ring, so we'll be coming out a little late here for this upcoming race. Danny Tudhope to ride here. Another one for Antonio Sintra and Julio Olajuara. There's a good team here of runners for the stable. This one, the 4-year-old gelding here by Hofberg, and he ran 3rd behind XL Power there at Jebel Ali. Makes his way back to Meydan for the first time in 4 runs. That's our look at the runners here for the 4th race, the Longines Spirit Pilot. Runners head out onto the track.
Hit those keys, type in those letters, PHI. PHI Advertising supporting the Best Turned Out Horse Award, and in race 4 it has gone to horse number 5, Force and Valor. He's looked after by Meydan Khan, and he is in the winner's enclosure now alongside the main man from PHI Advertising, Ali Essa, the CEO, handing over the prize to Meydan Khan. Congratulations to him. Best of luck to Force and Valor, and our thanks to PHI Advertising. We're keeping a close eye here on Grey Fog as he makes his UAE debut and his first appearance with Buildup Simar. He has just been a little bit on his toes, being a bit of a handful here for Mirzabek Kapushev. Just got to be careful. He doesn't look entirely straightforward. It's funny, saw him schooling in the Paddock here last week, and he looked lovely and relaxed. But this is his first experience of racing here at Meydan. And he's just perhaps a little bit playful, a little bit unsure. But now he's just got into his stride, heading down to join the rest of the horses at the start for this, our 4th race, the Longines Spirit Pilot. Quite an interesting contest. And he's an interesting horse, Grey Fog. Last seen running at Grozny in the Russian Derby over 1.5 miles back in August. We saw with Tap Leader a few weeks ago, of course, winner of the Russian Derby in 2024, just how good those horses are. We've seen with the likes of Kabir Khan as well, that horses from Russia, from that part of the world, are able to translate their very good form to the dirt surface here in particular at Meydan. Hugely interesting to see how Grey Fog goes tonight. Horse number 11 just left the parade ring and got down the tunnel out onto the course. That's Namfric for Antonio Sintra and Julio Olathquaga. Danny Tudhope looking for another winner tonight. This horse won at Jebel Ali a couple of starts back when he beat Jolly Roger. Followed that up with a third at Jebel Ali to XL Power. That was over 1,950 meters last time. He returns down to the trip of 1,600 meters. I think this is probably more in keeping with what he wants, and I think he'd have a fair chance as well. Horse number 8, Diamond Dealer, looks lovely and relaxed here. He was one of the last horses to leave the pre-parade ring, heading down very quietly under Tiger Shea for Buildup Simar in the colours of Athbar Racing. He's got an awkward draw in stall 12. If he was slightly better drawn, I'd be more confident about his chances, but that is a slight question mark, especially here at Meydan over this 1,600 meter trip. They start in the chute, they race out at an angle, and if you are drawn out wide, it makes it just that little bit trickier for you in this particular race over this distance of 1,600 meters. So that's a task for Diamond Dealer. Having said that, he certainly has been in good form, and he's progressed through from Maiden Company at the beginning of the season, from Jebel Ali all the way through to his fine run. Stepped into a conditions race last time behind David of Athens. So he's on the upgrade, judged by his performances this season. He looked well beforehand, but that draw is a bit of a challenge. Horse number 5 is Force and Valor. That's the best turned out horse in this race for the victorious Forever team. George Scott and Ray Dawson teaming up with this son of Memas, who was down the field behind Telemark. Prior to that, he showed a really good attitude coming from behind in dirt races, which is not the easiest thing to do when you're facing kickback, but that's what he did when he beat Lassedude here back at the beginning of January. Obviously, Lassedude is lining up again, so it may be quite close between the two. But I like the attitude that day from Force and Valor. Didn't quite back it up last time out, though, behind Telemark, so you'd have to put that run behind him. Judged by the conviction of his effort when he beat Lassedude, that will certainly put him in the mix. And even the run before that, when he was behind Lafati, that's pretty useful form in the context of this event. A couple of horses coming for support, certainly on the international market. Number 15, Crown Estate. I think you'd be taking a little bit of a leap of faith, particularly with Crown Estate's draw here in 15 for Bernardo Pinero and Salim bin Gadaya. Be hugely demanding from that particular draw. Mosahim, if he returns to the form that he showed at Sharjah 2 starts back from a good draw in stall 2, then he may have a bit of a better chance. But he has to bounce back from a disappointing run behind Telemark here last time out. Just going forward, there's number 10, Quality Humour. Hasn't really been in the best of form so far this season. So question marks for him to answer as well. Huge and interesting contest. Hopefully Grey Fog has settled down a little bit better. He has done seemingly down at the start under Mirzabek Kapushev, and hopefully he'll be able to show just what sort of ability he's got, albeit may not be over his favoured trip, seeing that he won the Russian Derby over 1.5 miles over the 1600 metres, a little bit more demanding. Just a few more left to go forward. Let's head up and join Pat.
He's fresh, isn't he, Rishi? Grey Fog. He's been a bit of a handful since making his way out onto the course. Nimble Boy making his way forward. Another Russian kicking off his career there and now making the UAE home. Crown Estate, as you said, has been met with some support. 5-1 the field at the moment. This one is an absolute head scratcher. The Longines Spirit Pilot ready to go at the mile. And racing now. And Grey Fog was slow out. He's missed away by 3 or 4. Good speed the centre. One more, Al Jadaf. Diamond Dealer trying to navigate away across here and not be caught 3 deep. Mozahim kicks through along with Lassedude, Ra de France. Then came Nam Frick, half a length there to Army Ethos from Crown Estate. Force and Valor the rail. He's got 4 behind him. It was 3 lengths to Quality Humour, 2.5 to Nimble Boy, Grey Fog, and Courtier is last. Mozahim leads them a half to Al Jadaf in second as they approach the back turn from 1 more, 3 wide and third. Ra de France 4th on the rail. 1.5 lengths to 2 lengths back to Lassedude, shuffled along from Diamond Dealer. Crown Estate caught wide and forced to sit there parked. Force and Valor creeps up the rail into a nice position for Dawson. Then came Army Ethos, 1/2 length there to Nam Frick, 2 lengths to Quality Humour, 3/4 to Nimble Boy. Then came Grey Fog going backwards. Courtier, the only one behind him inside the 600. They travel. They've been going mid-11s here through the middle sections of the race, and Mozahim looks to do it on both ends. Diamond Dealer trying to present now, and he's coming up and presenting a challenge wider from Force and Valor the inside. Then came Al Jadaf. Next there was 1 more, followed by Lassedude and Nam Frick. It's Diamond Dealer the leader from Force and Valor, who's trying to knuckle down to the task here once again. Diamond Dealer floating up inside the running rail there. Force and Valor trying to stick on, but Diamond Dealer just keeps rising to the task. Into the final 16th of a mile. He comes away to win well. Diamond Dealer does it all the way from 12. 4 lengths on the line, maybe 3 lengths you'd say there too. Next over there, Force and Valor, who's run a good race. Nam Frick third across from Lassedude, Mozahim. Then came Army Ethos. Next there was Courtier from Nimble Boy and 1 more. Al Jadaf followed from Quality Humour. Grey Fog not today. Crown Estate finished behind him along with Ra de France. Diamond Dealer goes on to get the win here. Tygo Shea Bupat Seema off the rating here of 90. He was hustled forward. He still had to sit 3 deep for a good chunk of the race. Force and Valor, as he likes to do, chewed dirt the whole way, popped out and has given a good sight to only go down 3 lengths there in the end, around 3 or so. But Diamond Dealer, he's come back to Meydan here, the real deal, and he picks up his 2nd win for the season here for Athbar Racing since they acquired him. Winner's time stops the clock at 1:38 flat. That was a very smart performance from Diamond Dealer from stall 12.
swept round everyone, took the lead in the home straight and powered away to win from Force and Valor, who's run on well from behind, more in keeping with his run 2 starts back when he'd beaten Lassedude. That was much better from him. Turning for home, see from stall 12, Tiger Shea's hand was forced to come round Horses, but once he got him balanced in the home straight, he got him rolling again. Force and Valor has stuck on quite nicely. Mozahim, who had the run of the race up front, he's getting tired. Lassedude's run on okay. But at this point, you thought maybe Force and Valor was going to prove more of a challenge, but in fairness to Diamond Dealer, he has kept up his momentum and he has won pretty comfortably in the end. Fine run from Force and Valor. Namfrick has shown better form here, maintaining his run from the win from Jolly Roger and the run behind XL Power. That was a decent effort from him. And just in behind those, well, 1 or 2 disappointments. I mean, Grey Fog missed the kick early on and he really struggled. But Diamond Dealer, I think he's a horse who is improving quite rapidly, judged by his performances this season, from maiden company to now winning this particular contest, rated up to horses rated up to 95, beating Force and Valor, Namfrick and Lassedude. Mozahim did okay back in 5th, that was better. Army Ethos in 6th, but Diamond Dealer has proven hugely progressive for the Buildup Seymour team. He's won his maiden in Jebel Ali back in November. He followed that up with a good run behind the Ice Phoenix there, and then he won again at Jebel Ali in December. And not a bad run behind David of Athens last time, and obviously he's stepped up today, both in trip and in terms of his ability, and he has he's won quite kindly in the end. Sorry, I said he went up in trip. He's obviously over 1,600 metres again today, but he's a horse who continues his climb up the handicap ranks. Looking forward to seeing where he goes next, because judged by this performance from stall 12, you'd have to rate it even higher.
Unofficial numbers in the Longines Spirit Pilot, 8-5-11-4, 8-5-11-4. Your winner, Diamond Dealer, 138 flat, 2 3/4 by 4 lengths, 8-5-11-4, race 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome back our 4th winner of the evening following the running of the Longines Spirit Pilot. The winner is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Lord Nelson out of Catching Diamonds, owned by Athbar Racing, trained by Buildup Seymour and ridden by Tiger Shea. A round of applause for your winner. It is Diamond Dealer. Tiago Shea just weighing in after the success of Diamond Dealer and saying, looking at that performance from the draw position in stall 12 and the work he's had to do to win that race, how much can we mark up that performance?
Yeah, look, he's a nice horse, Richie. He needed to grow up. You know, when this horse came up for sale after some good runs in maidens last year, I rang His Highness and I said, look, like most boisterous boys, he needs to be 2 stone lighter and concentrate on the job, and he's now won him 3 races and he's on the up. So look, anytime I ride him I say go further, but he's got that turn of foot over a mile. He's won 3 at a mile now this year, so yeah, look, he's steadily on the climb, but he needed his confidence and needed to concentrate, and now he's channeling everything in the right direction.
And you mentioned his size. He's a gorgeous individual. Looking at that, I mean, are you looking at a horse that's just going to keep getting better? We're only sort of scratching the surface of what he can do?
Yeah, look, as I said, when he was an entire last year, Richie, he had some very good runs, but he was losing a lot of his races before he even got to the gate. He was thinking about it too much and looking at the ladies and shouting about. So when they're gone now, he's a different proposition. He's still got to do the preliminaries right. He's a highly strung horse, so you got to take him early. But the lads do a great job, and Zishan that rides him out, there'll be no one nicking him off him in the morning anyway, because we want 4 hands to ride him most days. But look, he's going the right way, and I'm glad for his owners.
Well done.
Thank you.
Correct weight in race 4. Correct weight 8.5.11.4. Diamond Dealer, your winner, 138 flat, 2 3/4 by 4 lengths. Correct weight, race 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our 4th race of the evening, the Longines Spirit Pilot, and we welcome to the stage to make the presentation Mr. Najib Kiwan, the Regional Brand Manager. And another tremendous performance tonight from a horse who is rising up the ranks. Diamond Dealer, your winner, owned by Athbar Racing, trained by Bupat Sima, and brilliantly ridden by Tiago Shea. Please welcome to the stage to receive, on behalf of the winning team, Bupat Sima, along with Shaila. Well, we heard from Targo Shea about the talents of this horse. Let's hear from the trainer, Bhupat Seema, Diamond Dealer. He's the most handsome individual, Bhupat. What's been the secret in him rising through the ranks as quickly as he is now?
You know, I went to see him, well, I bought him in Maryland in America, and he was just a standout. He was a 2-year-old who looked like a 5-year-old, you know, among those. He was a man among boys. I mean, he's a half-brother to White Abario, who's won the Breeders' Cup. So he's got the pedigree, he's got the looks, but just his mind was a bit fragile. So we had to do what we had to do, get him gelded, and thankful to His Highness from Atma Racing that they bought him, and he's finally showing what his true potential is.
Where do you go next? Because of course this is a season that he's won his maiden earlier in the season at Jebel Ali. He's won a handicap there. He's won tonight. But every time he shows you something, you think he's got a little bit more to give.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, look, he's a horse with a lot of talent, but he does need a lot of patience. He's a horse with fragile mind. I think he can develop into a very nice horse, but if he does get overfaced, he might just go the other way around. So we're gonna tread carefully and talk to the owners and see where we go after this.
Very well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Meydan, it is time for our second edition tonight of Faces at the Races. Let's get those smiles ready for our cameras. Now, you can't just sit there and wave at me. That will not win you any of our prizes tonight. I'm going to be very, very strict on that. We need to see the best smiles. We need to grab hold of those cameras and get those smiles puckered up and plant those kisses on those cameras. Let's see what you've got. 500 dirhams for the winning smile. Let's see if we can get our winner. Let's see. I think we've got a few ineligibles at the moment, but let's hope. Oh, it's that lady there. Congratulations. Yes, well done, ma'am. Yep, it's you. You've picked up 500 dirhams. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 500 dirhams your way. All you've got to do is make your way to the reward center to pick up your prize. Looks like we know how you're going to be spending it tonight. Well done.
Runners are arriving for tonight's feature event. Race number 5 on the program. We welcome in our field of 14 for this cracking contest here. Race number 5 on the card. It is the Longines Spirit Pilot Flyback. 1,400 metres and 80 to 100. We race for $250,000. Number 1 is English Oak. Hamad El Jahani, Danny Tudhope to do the riding on the 6-year-old gelding by Wooten Bassett, an Ascot winner in his own right at this distance. And a last start winner here at Meydan. Comes in off the highest rating of 100, having to lug the 62 kilos. Draws well in gate number 2 for tonight's contest. Number 2 is Cavallo Bay, one of 4 runners here for Godolphin. He'll spot the white cap. Oisin Orr rides for Charlie Appleby. Last seen here at Meydan on the 16th of January. He ran 7th there, beaten just under 5 lengths by Folk Festival. 3 is Native Approach, who returns to the turf once again. He ran 4th last time on the turf, beaten 2.4 lengths. Had a spin round on the dirt on the 30th of January, but back onto a preferred surface. Here is the former Burke runner, Rebels Gamble, now in the care of Oscar Bernaclint. Bernardo Pinheiro to do the riding here. He's had the one run at Meydan, was 11th on that occasion there behind Great Wish. That was at listed level down the straight. He steps out and turns a corner here for the first time at Meydan. 6 is Bakali. Richard Mullen will ride for Charlie Appleby from gate 11, the 4-year-old gelding by Lope de Vega. He's a 2-time winner from 6 starts. Career start number 7 tonight, coming off that win, beating home Original Outlaw over this track and trip in a lower grade on the 16th of January. 7 is Indian Springs. He's had 2 runs here at the track, albeit down the straight 6. First time out over 7, coming into this 3rd up for his campaign off 28 days. Ran 12th here last time out. They're stepping him out in trip. So he'll spot the black cap. Here's the 8, Kubrick. Masaba El Maheri and Silvestre de Souza combine here, dropping back from listed company and out in distance after running 14th there behind Great Wish last start. The Fingal Raven drops back in trip to 1,400 here for tonight's assignment and up in grade. Audrey de Vries jumps aboard here for Jamie Osborne. Dominic Griffiths and David Kavanagh own the 4-year-old gelding here by Memis. Drawn a little sticky in 13 for tonight's race, but nevertheless full confidence coming through last start's victory. 10 is Halissan, spots the red cap for Godolphin. Royston French rides for Charlie Appleby off the rating of 94. Beaten 3.8 lengths, running 7th last time out over this track and trip behind Mollicab. He comes into this off a 35-day break. 14 Bombay Bazaar is off 28 days. The 5-year-old gelding here by Kodiak would need to be at his best here. 1,400 metres at the back end of his distance range. 12 is Local Hero, the 5-year-old gelding here by Phoenix of Spain for Richard Hannon and Patrick Dobbs, dropping back in trip after being beaten on the dirt last time out. He steps out onto the turf here for his 2nd run in the country. 11 Hawksbill draws the ace for Phil Cunningham, Richard Spencer, George Wood to ride off the rating of 94. Hasn't really had the penny completely drop here since arriving. Did run 5th to English Oak, who he faces against here tonight over 1,600 metres, but dropping back sharply in trip after stepping out to 9 furlongs last time out. 13 Victoria Street is having his first run in the country for Masaba El Maheri. Andrew Slattery to do the riding. He's coming in off 450 days. Hasn't been seen since November 2024, I should say, at Kempton Park on the all-weather. 15 is Molacab. Stablemate Ragib is scratched, makes way here for Molacab. Michael Costa to do the training here and Ray Dawson to ride. Last start winner here at Meydan over this track and trip on the 9th of January. That was in a 75 to 95. Steps up slightly in grade. Runners about to make their way out here for the Longines Spirit Pilot flyback, 1,400 metres on the turf.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for race number 5. And it has gone to horse number 1, English Oak, looked after by Mukhtiar Ahmed. And he has made his way to the winner's enclosure, dashing back after letting English Oak head down to post. And that's where he has bumped into Ali Esser, the CEO of PHI Advertising, who's handing over the prize now of 650 dirhams, handshakes and smiles all round. Our thanks to PHI Advertising. Best of luck to English Oak and Mukhtar Ahmed in our upcoming race. English Oak is probably the horse I think the international markets are favouring at the moment. This horse who got back to winning ways last time out here at Meydan. That was just about a month ago. That was over a mile where he just had to wait for a run in the closing stages, but he accelerated quite nicely to see off Lanakash. And it represented a return to something like his best form. He had shown glimpses of that sort of form last season in the UK. His form from 2024 was really progressive. When he won at Royal Ascot, he looked like a potential pattern horse when he won the Britannia. Back in 2024, he looked like a horse who was going to turn into the type of horse who would be competing in even better races than he's taking part in now. But here he is, dropping back to 7 furlongs, and of course he won over this trip at Royal Ascot in 2024. So he's got a very good chance here following up. He's got a good draw in stall number 2, and he is definitely one of the horses that you have to fancy here. Well, there are 4 runners in this race trained by Charlie Appleby. Who is the pick of them? Or might it be horse number 6, Bakali? Well, Bakali was a winner last time out. Now, he's only had 6 starts. He beat Original Outlaw here on his first start at Meydan. That was also a month ago on the same card that English Oak won. And he is hugely progressive. He's only had the 6 starts and he's won twice. I mentioned that he also won on the all-weather at Wolverhampton. And we've only, I think, just begun to see just how good he is. This represents another step up the ladder for him, and it's just a question as to whether or not he's got that with him right now. He's got a double-figure draw. That's always a little bit of a question mark, but he is progressive, and he's open to plenty of improvement after only 6 runs. One of his stable companions is horse number 7, that's Indian Springs. Started off the season with a fine run here at the beginning of January, and he was second to 2 Tribes. But he followed that up with a rather lackluster effort behind Thoroughbred last time out. Kind of hoping that that was just a disappointment that you can put a line through, because judged by his first run this season when he was second to 2 Tribes, he looked like a horse who might be taking on even better company that he's due to line up with today. So a little bit of a question mark as to exactly where he stands at the moment, but hopefully it is one of progression still. Here's horse number 15, that is Molakab. Now, he has come into this race off the back of a win here, beating Dubai Beach at the beginning of January, early on in January. That was a really fine effort from Molakab. Although he's a 6-year-old, he still only had 12 races in his career, so you're looking at a horse who's still possibly capable of a little bit more. Obviously, for that win, he's just crept up in the handicap, but he represents, obviously, the Michael Costa team, and you've got to consider his chances as well. So the loading up process is well underway. This is one of the better races of the night, without question, and English Oak seemingly is the one that they all have to beat. He's also the best turned out. Let's hear what happens with Pat.
And he's international market favourite as well now, Rishi Prasad. Has to be expected, you'd say, going into the fact that he's the only one drawn in the inside half of the draws here that is in the market. Bakali in 11, Molakab 14, Indian Springs 12, and the Fingal Raven 13. He's in 2. It's going to give him every possible chance here to run a great race here. English Oak, Local Hero, and Bombay Bazaar will be the last 2 to load away. And we will be set to go here in tonight's feature event. For 250,000, it's the Longines Spirit Pilot Flyback. And the runners are set to go here at the 7 furlong marker. Ready? Gates crash, away they go. Bombay Bazaar showed good toe early. The Fingal Raven and Indian Springs did not at all. Bombay Bazaar is going to lead them from Kubrick. Native Approach kicking up out wider. English Oak's going to find the spot in behind on the rail from Mollicab. It was a half a length, now a length back to Bakali from Hawke's Bill and Victoria Street. Then came Halassan, Rebels Gamble. Next there in running was Local Hero from the Fingal Raven. Second to last in running Cavallo Bay, and out to the end Indian Springs. Bombay Bazaar leads them. He's been able to back it off a little and fill the lungs up here on the leader. 3/4 of a length here to Kubrick. Native Approach third and 3 wide. English Oak getting the drop in behind them. Will need some luck though as they swing in for home here. As he crowded up out wider. Mollicab kicking up along with Bakali. Then came Hawke's Bill, followed by Halassan. A gap there to Victoria Street from Local Hero, and best of the rest was Rebels Gamble. They turn for home now, and it's Bombay Bazaar who leads the way from Kubrick. English Oak still awaiting an out here. Native Approach now starting to present here with his run. Bakali next from Kubrick, out wider Mollicab. It's Bombay Bazaar from English Oak now letting down. Bombay Bazaar from English Oak paddling away. He's a half length away from the leader. Kicking on here now, Hawke's Bill. Running on from the wide outside was Halassan, and also deepest of all Cavallo Bay. It's English Oak, but he's getting swamped now. English Oak up on the outside will do enough. English Oak will hold on from Halassan, Cavallo Bay. They got awfully close. Good finish here. Fourth across was Hawke's Bill from the Fingal Raven. Then came Mollicab from Indian Springs. Bombay Bazaar next across was Local Hero. Bakali. Native Approach got tired. Back in the field here was Rebels Gamble from Victoria Street. And the last one to greet the judge here was Kubrick. He's done enough. Under the 62, you could see him feeling the weight. He was well and truly feeling the weight, but he has done enough to hold on under the urgings of Danny Tudhope. 123.84. A double on the night here for Danny Tudhope. Goes on to score. Halassan's put in a very game effort. Cavallo Bay the same. 110.2. Photo for fourth. We'll get that through very shortly. But English Oak, your winner. No doubt about him. He goes back to back here. 14 Bombay Bazaar has held on for fourth. So there's the numbers. 110, 2 and 14. Rishi Prasad, as we head down to you. And, well, the horse we thought was the nap of the night has done enough to score.
Well, thank you, Pat Comerford. English Oak has just held on from the fast-finishing Halassan and Cavallo Bay. As Pat pointed out, through the run, he had a lovely spot down on the inside rail, and he travelled really kindly under Danny Tudhope. He did need a little bit of luck. Bombay Bazaar just, I thought, came off the rail and he might have gone to his left, but thankfully, he then went back to the rail. That left a lot of room for Danny Tudhope to produce the challenge on English Oak. Took him a stride or two to pick up, but eventually he gets to the front. And all the while, the closers are coming. Fingal Raven down on the inside, Halassan, Cavallo Bay, etc. The Godolphin team coming. I thought maybe Hawke's Bill was a little bit unlucky. He didn't get the cleanest of runs in the closing stages. The head-on will be quite interesting. English Oak has just held on. Look out for Hawke's Bill in the white, predominantly white colours, the black cap of Phil Cunningham. Fingal Raven has also had to come down on the inside rail. You could just see Hawke's Bill just in behind, didn't get a completely clean run under George Wood. And Fingal Raven has actually gone down to the inside of him. The Godolphin battalions coming down the outside, just going past Mollicab. But English Oak has held on. This horse, who obviously had to give weight all round. He's a very classy individual, and certainly in this sort of company, he was just too good. Just too good, though. Halassan has run on really well to finish just in behind, along with Cavallo Bay staying on quite nicely. But English Oak following up that win over a mile, winning over 7 furlongs today.
And those numbers there confirmed in the Longines Spirit Pilot flyback. 110.2.14. 110.2.14. English Oak 123.84. Margins ahead by a short head. 110.2.14 in the Longines Spirit Pilot flyback.
Time to welcome back the winner of our feature race tonight, the Longines Spirit Pilot Flyback. The 6-year-old bay gelding by Wootton Bassett out of Forest Crown, owned by Wathnan Racing, trained by Hamed Al Jahani, and a double for Danny Tudhope. Here is your winner. It is English Oak. I'm looking forward to the debrief from Danny on this ride on English Oak, because Pat mentioned it in commentary, Danny. You were going nicely, you had a good spot on the rail, but you had to be a little bit patient turning for home and wait to decide what you wanted to do.
Yeah, look, I was drawn to, you know, when you're drawn on the rail like that, you have to kind of be patient and hope for the splits to come. And yeah, look, it worked out perfectly for me. I thought maybe I was a bit too handy on him, really. Maybe a horse that doesn't want to get there too soon, but I think from that draw, and there was a lot of horses on the inside, I didn't want to get stuck behind, and most of the fancied horses were drawn wide, so I think it was important to get a good position.
When you got into the clear, Bombay Bazaar out in front of you, did he just take a stride or two to hit top gear?
He did. Like I said, he was dropping back in trip tonight. Maybe used him a bit too much early on, and that's probably just took him a few strides to get going. You look at it's great when our plan works out.
Were you always confident you were going to hold them off?
No, no, we got there.
Well done.
Thanks.
Correct weight, race 5, 110.214. Correct weight, race 5, the Longines Spirit Pilot Flyback. English Oak, your winner, 123.84. Margins ahead by a short head. Correct weight.
And with perfect timing, it is time now for the presentation for our feature race of the evening. It was the Longines Spirit Pilot flyback and won just by English Oak as he fended off all comers in the run to the line. Once again, we welcome to the stage to make the presentation Mr. Najib Kiwan, the regional brand manager. And once again, we extend our thanks to Longines for their support here tonight and their continued support of racing at Meydan. Coming forward to receive on behalf of the winning owner, put your hands together for Harriet Jones, receiving for Wathnan Racing. And representing the winning trainer, Hamed Al-Jahani, a round of applause for Jane Farwell. And the man on board, he is in fine form tonight. A second winner for Danny Tudhope. Ladies and gentlemen, time once more to salute the winner of the feature race, the Longines Spirit Pilot flyback. It is English Oak, owned by Wathnan Racing, trained by Hamed Al-Jahani, and ridden by Danny Tudhope.
Welcome back to the parade here, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for race number 6 on the card, the Longines Master Collection Moon Phase Chronograph. This one a 65 to 85 handicap over the 2,000 metres on dirt. Let's head to our first horse. That is number 1 in El Amir, another former Russian galloper who's made his way across here to the UAE. Chantal Sutherland rides for Bupat Seema. He's looking to go 3 on the bounce after 2 wins over a mile and a half. Last start was 6th of September last year, so first up off 160 days. Number 2 is Elusive Trevor, who was second narrowly behind Arlan last time out to the races. Like Diamond Dealer, a horse who's made his way to Jebel Ali for a few starts, and I think coming back to the races here, a much more mature horse. He looks an absolute pitcher in the yard here. I think he should be at peak fitness now. He's had 4 runs so far this season, and he'll be looking forward to hopefully picking up another win after breaking his maiden tag 2 starts ago. Three is Inspired Idea, Pat Dobbs for Doug Watson. Run 12th his last couple of starts at Meydan on the turfs. Makes the switch back over to dirt. The 2 runs before the new year at Jebel Ali up the hill on dirt were promising. Interesting to see him back here on potentially a preferred surface. Calodasa gave a sight and a half last start there behind Tap Leader, running 3rd there, beaten 6.8 lengths. A repeat performance would see him going pretty close in this, but he does have to do it all again here, and lugs the 62 kilos this time around, coming into a 65 to 85 handicap. Can he do it with the weight? 5 is La Resh, getting down to a really nice mark here. Danny Tudhope looking for a treble, already with 2 winners tonight. Currently has the riding honours, and he's on board this 2-time winner here, who ran 9th last time out under Danny, beaten 11 lengths there by Excel Power. Returns here to Meydan, last time over this track and trip, ran 3rd, was beaten 2.4 lengths. So hopefully putting in a similar performance here tonight. Run With It will be able to come into 15 with the scratching, but it's still going to make things difficult for him with this wide draw and where he's going to find himself. Comes out of the same race as our runner earlier in Calodasa, running 6th behind Tap Leader last start, beaten 9 lengths on that occasion. Stays at the track and trip, drops in class. 11 is Furioso, making its way out early, the 10-year-old gelding by Lukayan. Vaslav Janacek for Guillermo Ares Correda, having its 2nd run back in the country for this season. Number 8 is Estamra, the 4-year-old gelding by Global Campaign, beaten 9 lengths last time out behind Book Review over this track and trip. Has had 70 days off the scene after his first run for the season over here in the UAE. That was on the 5th of December. Ten is Spy Kingdom, drawn 4 here for tonight's races for the Gurgar Stables. Ahmed Bin Hamish, Sam Hitchcott having career start number 10. 9 is Valdivia, drawn a little sticky in 12 here. Saif El Balushi rides for the Bin Hamish stable as well. Has had a number of starts already this season. Best result was 2 starts ago, running 2nd. That was over the 2,200 metres. Back at 2,000 again, much like last start, but would need to improve on last start's effort. He ran 10th. He was down the track. 13 is Marwoob, the 4-year-old gelding by War of Will. Silvestre de Souza rides for Michael Costa. He's been predominantly Jebel Ali all season here. He makes the rare switch over to Meydan under lights. 14 is Gold Spur for Oshin Orr and Kay Sabood for Mr. Ali Haddad. Been running around at Jebel Ali and Sharjah. Switches over here to Meydan for the first time. Looking forward to seeing how he goes here tonight. Been thereabouts, albeit in weaker races than what he faces here tonight. 15 Moonshiner, spotting some new colours for My Way LLC and the My Racing Syndicate. Antonio Sintra, Julio Olajuara and Ray Dawson combine here off the rating of 74. He was 4th last time out at Sharjah. Behind Yuvraj, we saw that form line in play earlier with Desert Horizon going on to win. We'll see if Moonshiner can do the same. 16 Kibo Masaki, Salim bin Gudaya and Bernardo Pinheiro. Been around the mark at Jebel Ali, has had many starts at Jebel Ali in her career and has basically been there exclusively this season. Until now, we welcome her back to Meydan. And last of all, number 12 here, Balaban. Jamie Powell rides for Doug Watson, beaten just under 11 lengths by Excel Power last time out at Jebel Ali. Sticks at a similar trip, but switches over here to a flatter track. That's our look at the runners here for race number 6, as we're well and truly into the second half of the program. This is the Longines Master Collection Moonphrase Chronograph for $175,000.
If you are thinking about advertising, then get to your keyboard and type in those 3 letters, PHI, for PHI Advertising. And they are powering our Best Turned Out Horse Award tonight. And in this 6th race, it has gone to horse number 9, Valdivia. Manipal Singh is the man responsible for producing Valdivia. In great shape tonight, and he is alongside Aliessa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. Once again, it's smiles and handshakes all round. Good luck to Manipal Singh and Valdivia. And once again, our thanks to PHI Advertising for their support of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. Well, let's have a look at some of the horses that may form the list of leading contenders for this, our sixth race, the Longines Master Collection, Moonphase, Chronograph, and Elusive Trevor with the red hood on. Looks an obvious place to start. He finished second last time out in a handicap. Tiger Shea, rather affectionate with this son of Bilardo. He's not for the first time, just leant down to give him a reassuring pat and just removing the hood on just to keep him nice and relaxed. He broke his maiden at Jebel Ali late in December, and that was the precursor to an even better run, you'd have to say, in handicap company last time out. So he is progressing. This is only his 8th career start tonight. He's finished runner-up on 4 occasions as well as winning that maiden. So he's a horse who you have to side with, generally consistent, and judged by his 2 most recent runs, there's a feeling that he's only getting better. That's Elusive Trevor. He's got a good draw as well in stall 2. One horse who's been supported on the international markets is number 16, Kibo Masaki, drawn in stall 6. Kibo Masaki actually started off the season in pretty useful form. She was second to Gold Spur at Jebel Ali and actually ran well behind Deciduous, also at Jebel Ali in November. Next time out at the beginning of January, disappointed down the field behind XL Power, but that was better last time out when finishing 4th. So from a decent draw in stall 6, I think Bernardo Pinero might be fairly positive on this daughter of Gervin, and I thought Kibo Masaki could be in the mix as well. Horse number 8 is Estimra for Richard Mullinan, Simon and Ed Crisford. Won on the all-weather in the UK at Chelmsford. Had raced at Meydan last season, then came or went back to the UK. Won at Chelmsford in August under Harry Davies, and that was in maiden company. You thought that that might be a precursor to something a bit better, but disappointed when he was next seen, Estimra, at Kempton in October, and returned back to the dirt at Meydan early in December and was down the field behind Book Review. It wasn't a bad run, but probably were hoping for a little bit better. It's got a good draw in stall 3. You think Richard Mullen would want to be fairly positive on the Son of Global campaign, and on his very best form, if you could count on it, I think Estimra would be a player. I think horse number 9, who was the best turned out horse, Valdivia, last time out he bumped into some pretty useful horses, including Tap Leader, who of course we've spoken quite a lot about after that win. And prior to that, he was actually a very good second behind Antrim. Of course, Antrim, we believe, represents pretty useful form, as you heard from Pat and I when we were chatting about the races earlier on. And Valdivia got close to Antrim, or closest to Antrim, 2 starts back. He disappointed behind Tap Leader. He's got an awkward draw in stall 12. He did look very well beforehand. Not surprising that he was awarded the best turned out prize for this race. Manipal Singh picking up the 650 dirhams. And I think Valdivia, if he gets a clean run through under Saif Al-Balushi, I think he could be in the placings. I think it's also worth mentioning horse number 3, who's also got an awkward draw. That's Inspired Idea. He is in 14, and he does come into this race off the back of 2 disappointing runs on the turf. But his 2 runs prior to his turf runs at Meydan came on the dirt at Jebel Ali, and one of those was a second to Diamond Dealer. A repeat of that would put him in the picture, but that draw makes things a bit awkward. Loading up process well underway here for our 6th race. Let's head up and join Pat for the call.
Thank you very much there, Rishi. Looks a really nice race, this one here. We've got a few left to load. International market favourite here is the 2 Elusive Trevor, and looks the best I've ever seen him. Clear as day, best I've ever seen him turned out conditions-wise. So looking forward to seeing how he goes here, Elusive Trevor. Market agrees that he's the horse to beat, and Balaban is sitting down in the gates. Balaban's decided just to lay down and have a little rest in the starting stalls, and unfortunately he's made his way through the front. Hasn't gone too far at the moment. Outriders quickly onto it, so just hopefully Balaban does decide to stay with them, and once again the Outriders are just at their absolute best. So Balaban, crisis averted. He won't be running. We'll get that confirmed. Okay. No, number 12 is out on veterinary advice. These runners are going to stay in. So the outriders are taking this horse to the tunnel. They'll hustle him along here. Rest of these will be waiting nice and patiently, but unfortunate there for Jamie Powell and for Doug Watson there. Unfortunate, and connections with Balaban not wanting to take his place in today's field, wanting to get on with it nice and early. So a credit to these runners as well, and the barrier staff for keeping the rest of these horses as calm as possible. As the runners wait here, and they see these horses off the track now. So we await the start, and away they go. Didn't hold them long here, and away fast the inside Furioso. Elusive Trevor hustled up with Spy Kingdom. Marwoob on the move forward. Marwoob and Elusive Trevor look like they'll be jostling each other for the lead here shortly. Kalidasa a little wide with Inspired Idea, Estamra the rail. A length and a half back to Alamir, who's getting sooled up in between horses. Next there was Kibo Masaki from Gold Spur. Wider out La Resh, then came Run With It, Valdivia. Moonshiner, and Balaban was a scratching at the gates. So they work on to the back of the course here in search of the 1400 metres, and taking over the lead is Marwoob, and goes on to lead by 2.5 lengths here to Elusive Trevor in second. Furioso was third. Alamir is forced to improve deeper out up into a spot outside its stablemate. Estamra hasn't left the fence. Kalidasa is using the wide runner there to get a little bit of cover and improving now from Inspired Idea. Then came Spy Kingdom. Next there in running as they continue along the back was Kibo Masaki, joined there midfield by Gold Spur, Valdivia. Then came Moonshiner, Run With It, and La Resh is now last. Marwoob has done a little bit of work to get to the front, but then hasn't had to do too much in the middle stages of the race. A length and a half ahead here of Alamir. Then came Elusive Trevor, who's now looking for room in behind the leader. Kalidasa next from Estamra. Then came Inspired Idea, and they've broken away here from Gold Spur. Moonshiner getting going now. Valdivia next, and La Resh has saved his one big effort here for last as they come into the straight here. 400 metres left to go. Marwoob now up on the outside. Alamir from Estamra, who hasn't spent a penny on the rail. Elusive Trevor is now starting to paddle. Then came Valdivia working through from Moonshiner. Valdivia is the one if he gets the run, and he does get the run. Valdivia coming through from Estamra. Alamir, then came Marwoob. Valdivia coming away for a nice win. Valdivia goes on to score here well, and he's come away to win by 3.5 to Estamra. Photo third. I'd say Marwoob's held on from Alamir, who gave a good sight here with longer distance races set for the calendar. Gold Spur next from Run With It. Then came Moonshiner. Inspired Idea. Kalidasa got tired. La Resh did too much work there in the middle part of the race. Next was Kibo Masaki from Furioso, and the last one home here, Spy Kingdom, and we didn't go without Balaban, who was scratched there at the gates. Saif Al-Balushi's going to need a bath after that one, and Valdivia does as well. They chewed it through the middle stages of the race. He's come through the inside, and he's won going away from them. I said 3 3/4. He's got won by nearly 4.5 lengths. Impressive win, and goes on to score well for Ahmed bin Hamish over Estamra, who caught the eye. Alamir, he was the eye catcher looking for a longer distance race, but that's everything you wanted to see out of a horse here first up off a break. Marwoob has stuck on gamely into 4th position. 9, 8, 1 and 13. Can't take it away from the winner, Valdivia, back in the winner's circle.
Well, the story of this race seemed to be the furious early gallop that was set in the battle for the lead in the run to the first bend, left a few gasping for breath in the closing stages, and that gave a chance to the closers. And no one closed better than Valdivia, this horse who we pointed out before the race had run a fine second to Antrim a couple of starts back, although he was a bit disappointing last time out. On this occasion, he got the race set up perfectly for him, and Saif Al Balushi has delivered him beautifully to sweep past the entire field, including Estem Ra, who's run on okay, to finish back in second. And Alamir, as you heard from Pat, that's an excellent first run here in the UAE. This horse, who's obviously pretty talented over further trips, up to 1.5 miles. This was a really good effort on his first run in the UAE and first run for Bupat Simar. But Valdivia, on his very best form, he had a chance. It was just a question of whether he could get a good position from stall 12 early on and whether they'd go fast enough to give him a chance. Well, both things were answered in the affirmative in the early part of the race, and Saif Al Balushi has delivered him beautifully. No real excuses for anything in behind. Elusive Trevor had a good enough position, but he weakened out of it to finish back in fifth. It is Valdivia, the winner, from Estem Ra, Alamir and Morhub. And Elusive Trevor got a bit tired in the closing stages. As I said, he ended up back in fifth. Valdivia on a going day today, that's for sure.
Those unofficial numbers confirmed in race number 6, 9, 8, 1, 13. 9, 8, 1, 13. Valdivia, your winner, 207.69. Margins 4 1/4 by 1 3/4. 9, 8, 1, 13. Race 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome back our 6th winner of the evening after the running of the Longines Master Collection, Moonface Chronograph. It's a 5-year-old bay horse by Demarchelier out of Secret Quality, owned by Sultan Ali, trained by Ahmad bin Amash, and ridden by Saif Al Balushi. Welcome back to the winner's enclosure, Valdivia! Yeah? Here is Saif Al Balushi. Congratulations. I want to ask about that run because they were going so fast in the early part of the race. How confident were you as they set that furious pace?
Thank you very much. Yeah, he's class 85. He should be run well. So, and not depends where is he finished, but should be run well in this class. Yeah, and not very easy, but he got a good form today.
We're just looking at your silks and your helmet and your goggles as well. It's just covered in the dirt. How brave does horse and rider have to be to come through that dirt?
Yeah, the pace go very high. The horses have turn of foot. They like it this pace. So I wait and wait my luck as well.
At what point did you know you were going to win?
80% maybe.
Well, many congratulations. You're going to need a shower to get rid of all that.
For sure, yeah, thank you very much.
Well done.
Bye-bye.
Correct weight, race 6. Correct weight, 9, 8, 1, 13. Correct weight, Valdivia, your winner, 207.69. 4 1/4 by 1 3/4. Correct weight, race 6.
And we come to the presentation for our 6th race of the evening, the Longines Master Collection Moonface Chronograph. And we welcome to the stage to make the presentation Mr. Najib Kiwan, the regional brand manager. And we did notice his smart dance moves as the music was going before this presentation. Very, very good, sir. What a fabulous performance from Valdivia, who came through all the dirt, all the kickback, and a crowd of horses to score his 3rd success of his career. He's owned by Sultan Ali, trained by Ahmad bin Amash, and was brilliantly ridden by Saif Al-Balushi. Welcome to the stage to receive, on behalf of the winning team, Maktoum Al-Sabusi and Sultan Al-Sabusi. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for our third edition tonight of Faces at the Races, and a chance for you to pick up a prize of 500 dirhams by giving us an example of your best smile. What we want is effort. What we want is a smile. What we want is you to just give us the usage of all the muscles that are required to make you smile. Just think of it. It's thousands of muscles that go into making that beautiful smile. Let's see who can produce it the best. And a couple of additional gestures don't go amiss. Who is our winner? This gentleman here. I think you might have won it, sir. Congratulations. That's it. That's how much it means. Oh no, hang on. Our camera has just foxed me. I'm totally foxed here. Wow. Who is it? Who's it going to be? Well, we're not sure. I mean, I thought we had our winner earlier. I think we've got it now. Yes, it's this lady. Congratulations. I was totally outfoxed a minute ago by our camera. I thought we had the winner, but he saw an even bigger, beautiful smile, and you, young lady, have won the prize. Yeehaw, as they say, and you'll make your way to the reward center to pick up that 500 dirhams. Spend it wisely.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the parade here. It's the 7th event. The Longines Conquest Chronograph is our next race here for 175,000 down the straight, over the straight 6 on turf. Here's our first horse, Secret State, the 7-year-old son of Dabawi. Sabra Al-Maheri and Jose Santiago combine here, carrying the 62 kilograms. Would need to improve on recent form. Even though he drops in grade, he has been nowhere near the winner his last few starts. 4 is Spitzbergen, who was a Lingfield novice winner back on the 14th of October last year. First up here off 122 days. Our short price favourite in the market, Ross Coakley, his only ride for the night, rides for Simon and Ed Crisford. Raba Racing, they combined for a win last weekend on the Abu Dhabi Gold Cup program. And they'll be looking to do it once again here with the 4-year-old gelding by Gokin. 14 is our next runner. That is Zoltan. Jamie Powell and Doug Watson combining here over the 6 furlongs at Jebel Ali last start. He was beaten 9.3 lengths in maiden company. Coming up against proven horses here, he will have to be at his best to win. Mustajab is the 6, draws the ace here. Danny Tudhope for Musaba Al-Maheri. 8th last time out to the races over 1600. They drop him sharply in trip. 7 is Odai. Caught the eye last time out under Royston French, running 4th there, beaten just over 4 lengths by Desperate Hero. Potentially a career best performance. Looking forward to seeing how he bounces back here, the 4-year-old colt by Sioux Nation. Looking to put in a very similar run here, and a very similar run would see him potentially in the finish. 9 Grey Tycoon, Niels Peterson, Carlos Lopez, stable with a couple of nice runners late in the program. Grey Tycoon, their one here, and he ran 4th on the 16th of January there behind Bakali. That was over 1,400 metres. They drop him back to a sprint trip once again. Number 10 is Royal Correspondent. He's been off the mark a little while. Ran 2nd in maiden company 3 starts ago, but up against proven company. Has yet to find himself in the mix here, but he returns back to Meydan after contesting over 5 furlongs at Jebel Ali last start. Another runner who made his way to Jebel Ali recently was Sarum. He's run some good races there. 2nd to Border Edge by 2.8 lengths last time to the races in a stronger race than this. If he can bring that form across, he should be finding himself in the finish as well, the son of Street Boss. 12 Irish Fighter, Ray Dawson for Salman Al Sabri. Been off the boil a couple of starts here in recent times since arriving here in the UAE. Would need to improve on what we've seen. Maybe the extra distance should aid his chances. He's been over 5 furlongs, these 2 starts in the UAE. Start Me Up drops back to the 1,200 metres. He's probably the only, almost the only Richard Spencer runner who hasn't targeted the straight 6 here yet for Phil Cunningham. Start Me Up gets back down the straight 6 here for this run. Career start number 5 for him, George Wood to pilot. 2 Arigato Gozaimasu, the filly jumps back onto the turf here for the first time in a long while and back to a sprint trip as well. Looking to improve here on recent form. The last start performance at Jebel Ali, though, running 3rd there, beaten 3.6 lengths, was promising enough. Maybe the sprint trip is what she needs at this point in her career. Number 8 is El Bosnia for Vaslav Janacek and Guillermo Arizcareta. First up performance, beaten 10.4 lengths. Visually looked like it needed the run there behind Bakali. Back to a sprint trip here tonight. Ran second up last time he contested here at Meydan last season, and then went on to win 3rd up. So hopefully the 2nd up run we see an improved run. 3 is Deep Hope, Tygo Shea, Bupat Seema for the Gurgar Stables. 5th last time out here over this track and trip. A repeat performance would see him running well here. Hopefully we see him improve. And last but not least, Condor Passer. Ismail Mohammed looking for a double on the program. Ahmad Al-Basaidi to pilot Condor Passer here for the stable again, dropping back to the straight 6 here for the first time this campaign. That's our look at the runners for the Longines Conquest Chronograph. Race number 7, our penultimate event and our final race on turf for the evening.
It is our penultimate PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award, and in this 7th race, it has gone to number 9, Grey Tycoon, who's looked after by Abdul Wahid. And he is in the winner's enclosure now, and guess who he is alongside? It is our friend from PHI Advertising, the CEO, Ali Essa, who's handing over the prize now. Handshakes and smiles, well done to Abdul Wahid and Grey Tycoon. Good luck in our penultimate race, and thanks to PHI Advertising. The evening has flown by, and we are at our penultimate race, and it is the Longines Conquest Chronograph. Tough race, if we're being honest, and trying to find the winner. There are a whole host of horses that you can make a chance for. We heard from Pat earlier on making a chance for what was one of the outsiders. I think Pat was talking about El Bosnia as a selection when he was around, I think $66 he was saying on the international markets. Well, he's a bit shorter than that now when you're looking at some of the other international markets. It's around 20s or low 20s. So interesting to see that little bit of support. Might be because Pat likes El Bosnia. Let's take a closer look. Just at the back of the horses going down there, we can just about see in the light blue Arigato Gozaimasu with Bernardo Pinera in the saddle. She's drawn in stall 11. Now, I remember when she won on her debut, which was a while back now, but she certainly created quite a stir with that performance on the dirt. She switches to the turf here tonight. She just recaptured a little bit more of her spark in her most recent run. That was over 5 furlongs. When Pat and I were chatting away about her chances earlier on, he mentioned one issue tonight might be coming out of the gate. She has developed a bit of a habit of just being a little bit reticent to come flying out of the gates. Hopefully Bernardo Pinera is a little bit more wise to that tonight, and she breaks a little bit better. I think she's quite interesting. If she can break and go the pace, I think she might be in the money. One of the best supported horses in this race through the day has been horse number 4, Spitsbergen. Not quite as well supported at the moment. He has been relatively easy to back, but I watched his race at Lingfield when he won in novice company back in October. Wasn't that strong a race. I'm not entirely certain the form amounts to very much, but he is unexposed. He's only had 6 runs so far, and he's pretty consistent, so he can be included in the calculations. He'll probably have to step forward a little bit. And Pat mentioned O'Dye as a horse that has a bit of a chance. He was behind Desperate Hero here early this month, and that was a really fine run. Desperate Hero with a change in tactics. So those are just a few. I think I'll throw in Sarim as well for Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs. Ran well on the dirt behind Border Edge. So he might be one to keep an eye on. So this penultimate race, not easy to pick the winners, but let's see what happens. Start Me Up is another one that's been supported on the international markets for Richard Spencer. Remember him starting his career off behind Trianmore at Newmarket early in the season. The flat season last year didn't really follow that up. He's had a run here at Meydan. I think he's better than that, so he's one to keep an eye on. George Wood and the Richard Spencer, Phil Cunningham combination have done well. But ultimate race, runners loading up. Let's head up and join Pat.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi. A nice race ahead of us. And yeah, look, I mean, I think he's a decent enough chance, Spitsbergen, but he's an awfully short price on the international market for a race where there's a couple here that are knocking on the door to win. A lot of form lines coming into play here in this event. As Spitsbergen loads away for Ross Coakley, and the runners are set here at the 1200 metres for our turf sprint, ready to go, set, Away in the Longines Conquest chronograph, and Secret State was hustled out of the machines with Grey Tycoon. Odai works forward. Arigato gozaimasu jumping today. Odai is also handy into the Steel Irish Fighter, a little keen from Mustajab. Then came Sarum, a gap to Start Me Up, followed by Royal Correspondent Spitsbergen. Then came Zoltan, and Al Bosnia's at the rear of the field along with Deep Hope. 800 metres left to go. Taking over the lead narrowly now is Secret State from Irish Fighter the centre. Mustajab works through from Grey Tycoon, Odai, Arigato gozaimasu, the near sides also presenting well a good run from Sarum, Condor Passer. Then came Royal Correspondent Spitsbergen with a fair bit to do here from El Bosnia, Zoltan, Deep Hope. Arigato gozaimasu travelling the strongest, leads by a length now to Condor Passer. Then came Sarum, Mustajab the outside. It's Condor Passer putting it to Arigato gozaimasu, Condor Passer, Arigato gozaimasu, gap to Sarum from Deep Hope. Condor Passer coming away. Condor Passer from Arigato gozaimasu, and it's a night to remember for Hamad Al Basaidi and Ismail Mohammed. A Meydan double. Goes on to win by a length and 3/4. Arigato gozaimasu second over from next there, Deep Hope. Sarum fourth. Fifth was Grey Tycoon, and sixth across was El Bosnia from Start Me Up. Then came next across there was Mustajab from crossing over there next, Royal Correspondent. Then came Zoltan, Secret State, Spitsbergen disappointing. Back to Odai, who was in the rear of the field along with Irish Fighter. Condor Passer, first Thoroughbred winner earlier on in the night, and they do it again. Hamad El Basaidi, you'll remember this night for a while. He goes on to score a double. Ismail Mohammed, congratulations, a double for the stable as well. 2.5 lengths, roughly the margin there. Arigato gozaimasu at the 100-metre mark looked the winner, looked all over a winner. 5-2-3-11, your numbers, 5-2-3-11. Condor Passer stops the clock in 1:10.36.
What a night it has been at Meydan for Ismail Mohammed and Hamad Al Basaidi. Condor Passer has come through to collar Arigato gozaimasu and go on to win in quite impressive style. Winning for the second time in his career, this son of Orpen. He travelled quite kindly just alongside Arigato gozaimasu, who broke well today and actually travelled comfortably in front. The horses middle to near side seemed to dominate, those on the far side just struggling. In fairness, Spitsbergen was on this near side but hasn't really picked up at all, and he has checked out very tamely. And in the end, it was seemingly just two horses in with a chance with 2 furlongs to go, but it was Condor Passer who finished off best of all, dropping down in distance. 2 starts ago was running over a mile, last time over 7, and then tonight back to 6 furlongs. Condor Passer has come through under a fine ride once again from Hamad El Basaidi. Bernardo Pinheiro did as best as he could to conserve the energy of Arigato gozaimasu, but she just got a bit tired in the closing stages, but this was much her best effort in recent times, so fine run from her. Deep Hope stayed on quite well, and Grey Tycoon, who was the best turned out horse, also performing with a great deal of credit, and considering that Grey Tycoon was in 4, or drawn in stall 4, has probably done best of those that were drawn down in the low numbers. High numbers dominating, and in the end it goes the way of Condor Passer.
And those numbers confirmed, 5-2-3-11, 5-2-3-11 in the Longines Conquest chronograph. Condor Passer, your winner, 1:10.36, 2.5 by 1.5, 5-2-3-11, race 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome back our penultimate winner of the night. What a night it has been as well for the combination of Ismail Mohammed and Hamad Al Busaidi. A second win for them, this time in the Longines Conquest chronograph with the 5-year-old Bay gelding by Opener Camouflada. Welcome back to the winner's enclosure, Condor Bassa! Well, it's great to see Hamad Al Busaidi with a second win, and always lovely to see the big smiles that you see on their faces when they're doing well. And a double for you, sir. First of all, congratulations. How pleased are you with that?
Thank you very much for this interview. As I told you, maybe I have a second chance today. And maybe third chance for the last race, maybe. It could be, yes.
Well, let's talk about this winner. Because Arigato Gozaimasu out in front gave you a lovely lead. I imagine you would have been confident through the race that you had a chance of picking her up.
To be honest, I was waiting for Bernardo to get down, but mashallah, his horse is a strong fighter, yes. And he put me outside and little pressure from his left, but I solved it. Yes.
Tell me what it is like for you to ride a double here at Meydan. 2 winners tonight so far.
It's very incredible feeling for me and very nice feeling. It's very nice. I think I'm second Omani jockey. He do it twice in Meydan. Yes.
Well, hopefully you've got more winners to come. Congratulations on a great night of racing so far.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our penultimate presentation of the evening, following the running of the Longines Conquest chronograph. And it produced another outstanding race. So for the presentation, once again, can we please welcome to the stage Mr. Najib Kiwan, the regional brand manager, to do the duties. And fabulous he has been so far. And after this, of course, he still has one more to go. Super performance from Condor Passa on a night to remember for Ismail Mohammed Al-Hamid Al-Busaidi. Representing the winning team, will you please welcome to the stage assistant trainer Jelani Siddiqui, Mohammed Fahad Siddiqui, and Amjad.
Ladies and gentlemen, take note, a slight delay here to correct weight. No official information has come through, but a delay here to correct weight. Stand by for more information, but a delay here to the announcement of weight here for race 7. Stay with us. And correct weight has been announced. Correct weight in race number 7, 5:23:11. Correct weight Condor Passa, 1:10:36, 2 1/4 by 1 1/4. Correct weight. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the parade here for our final race of the evening. This one here, the Longines Spirit Zulu time, 1925, with a field of 14 runners taking to the track here. Take out the 13 El Mutanabi. It makes way for the 15 Mr. Pirelli, 4-year-old gelding by the Factor coming into the race. Let's head to our first horse. And our first horse is number 1, Mr. Carfu, who joins this race after running 5th to Cats by 5 over this track and trip last time out. Comes out of a strong enough event, and although lugging the 62 kilos, has certainly found an easier race to target here, this final race for the evening. Sam Hitchcock to ride. Number 2 is No Escape, Bupat Seema and Richard Mullen combining here. He was a Jebel Ali winner last time out to go on and score by 1.7 lengths. Drawn 13 here for tonight's race. It's going to make it a little tough, but nevertheless, he comes off a win and should take plenty of confidence from that. Number 3 is Muzahim. He's got a good opportunity to dictate terms and get the lead from gate number 3 here, does Tygo Shea, with this 4-year-old son of Speightstown. He was 3rd last time out behind Border Edge. Before that, a winner over this track and trip, breaking his maiden. That was on the 12th of December last year. 4 is Dapper Valley. He's had the 3 runs now here in the UAE. Best result so far has been 7th. That was last time out at Jebel Ali. He returns to 6 furlongs here at Meydan. 5 Mutani. Pat Dobbs rides for John Hyde. Around 12th last time out here at Meydan. That was on the turf over 7. Steps back onto the dirt. Last time out was a Jebel Ali dirt winner. Has had 2 wins on the dirt back-to-back here at both Sharjah and Jebel Ali. Looking to add Meydan dirt to the resume for season 25-26. Smart Systems not far away from a win. Ali Al-Badwawi, Mirzabek Kapushev to do the riding once again. Back to 1,200 metres here and onto the dirt. Last time out, a tad disappointing there over 1,400. Eight is Military Artist for Danny Tudhope. Masaba El Maheri wearing the white cap for Abu Bakr Kadora. Ran 5th behind Devoir's Choice at Jebel Ali last start, dropping back sharply in trip, has only contested the mile in recent times. Number 9 is Roadblock, who's been down the track his last couple. Dropping back from a mile as well, contested the mile at Jebel Ali last start, coming back to 6 furlongs here at Meydan. 10 is Action Point. He's got a bad tendency to hang, this horse, and he showed that the last couple of starts, even though he was 2nd to Naya last time out, beaten only less than 2 lengths. If they can sort that out, he's certainly a winning hope, but he does have a wide draw to navigate here, which means he could be caught wide, and considering he hangs out, that's not an ideal situation to be in. 12 second name, Marcelino Rodriguez for Salman Al Sabri. He ran 5th last time out at Jebel Ali. He's out in trip. He's only been contesting the 5 furlongs of late. 14 is State Glory, spotting the green cap here. 4 starts for no runs in the money yet, and coming up against Proven Company this time around. He's got 53 kilos. Silvestre de Souza on board, but hasn't been able to do it against the non-winners. We'll see if he can take some weight off and be in amongst them here against horses who have won a race recently. He's an interesting runner coming into this race, Mr. Pirelli. No, I wouldn't be counting him out completely. He was a trial winner here last season at the back end of the year, getting ready for the Scandinavian season, and was able to go over and pick up a win straight away, breaking his maiden by 23 lengths. So he's a nice horse. I think he's a dirt horse. He had a 1,000-metre run on turf here last time out. He's only been a late inclusion into the field. I think the 4-year-old gelding by the Factor looks over the odds on the international market. Number 11, Spirit of Leros, Hamad El Basaidi, Khalifa El Mari is the trainer here. Hamad El Basaidi looking for a third winner here tonight with Spirit of Leros. He's going to have to do plenty to get this horse over the line here. He's had the 2 runs at Jebel Ali so far to date. His best result was over 1,000 metres, being beaten just under 5 lengths there by No Escape, who he faces here once again. Namagredaraz is the final horse to have a look at. Ray Dawson rides for Antonio Sintra and Julio Olajuara. 14th in a Group 3 last time out. He drops back sharply in class. That's our look at the runners for the Longines Spirit Zulu time 1925. Our final race of 8 for the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, for one final time, get to your keyboard and lock in those keys. PHI for PHI Advertising, who are powering our Best Turned Out Horse Award tonight here at Meydan. And in our final race, it has gone to horse number 8, Military Artist. Salute Safaraz Khan, who looks after Military Artist, and he is in the winner's enclosure along with the main man of PHI Advertising, the CEO, Ali Esser, who's handing over the prize right now. And once again, handshakes and smiles. Best of luck to Military Artist, and well done to Safaraz Khan. And once again, our sincere thanks and gratitude to PHI Advertising for supporting this important award at Meydan. Taking a closer look at some of the main contenders for this, our final race of the night, the Longines Spirit Zulu time, 19:25. And first up, number 3, Muzahim for Tigo Shea and Bupat Simar, who broke his maiden here at Meydan back in December, where he beat Royal Correspondent. Royal Correspondent was seen in action earlier on the card on turf on that 6 furlong handicap. Well, Muzahim followed that up with a pretty good run at Jebel Ali behind Border Edge. Border Edge won quite nicely, but Muzahim finished well to end up back in third on that occasion. He's got a good draw in stall number 3. He represents a team, obviously, we've seen tonight, some of their horses are improving. This is only his 6th career start. He's been placed a couple of times. He won that maiden here, and being back at Meydan, he's an obvious contender from a decent position in the starting stalls, and the fact that he appears to be improving. So it's understandable to see Muzahim as one of the leading contenders. Horse number 2, No Escape, stable companion of Muzahim. Not as good a draw. He's drawn in stall 13, but he's also quite well supported on the international markets. He's amongst the leading contenders at No Escape, and he also won for the first time. That was last time out of Jebel Ali into handicap company when he beat Widegate. On that occasion, Kieran Schumacher was aboard. Tonight it's Rishi Mullen, but Rishi Mullen's got a bit of a challenge on from stall 13 for No Escape. The loading up process is well underway. One of the horses being quite well backed on the international markets is horse number 1, Mr. Cafu. He's actually coming for a bit of support, and he, I thought, ran quite well behind Cats by 5. That was a much better contest. He drops into a lower grade here tonight. I know stall 10's a bit awkward, but if Sam Hitchcock can go forward, I think he has a chance of maybe going relatively close. Loading up process, as we say, well underway for our final race commentary of the night. Let's head up to the main man, the Rebel PC, Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Rishi. We've got a couple more to come up now. It's Smart System to load forward. He's one of the outsiders. He could very well come out and win this. It's one of those races. You can make a case for quite a few of these. Mr. Pirelli, a very interesting inclusion into the race. And all the support here late coming at it. Each way quote with Mr. Cafu from gate number 10. Ready to go here, set at the 1200 metres. Ready. Away in the last, and they all broke cleanly. Dapper Valley, Action Point, head back. Muzahim not leading today. He's back with Mr. Pirelli. Speed from Mr. Cafu, working up there with Military Artist. Then came No Escape. Smart System in the ruck, along with Spirit of Leros. Namaguera is wide from second name. Then came Mutani the Fence. Dapper Valley out wider with cover improving from State Glory, Muzahim. Then came Mr. Pirelli, third to last from Action Point, and last of all was Roadblock. They head down the side. And up in front, it is Mr. Cafu, showing them a clean pair of heels with the 62 kilos, 2.5 lengths in advance of No Escape, shaken along. Smart System close enough. Also working into the race well here was Military Artist. Then came Spirit of Leros. Mutani was next. Next there was, up on the outside, Muzahim from Dapper Valley. Taking over with a great deal of gusto is Military Artist. He kicks away by 2 lengths now to No Escape up into second position. Muzahim runs on with Smart System. Mutani from the back. Up in front it is Military Artist, still at the lead. Here comes Muzahim. Muzahim picking them up very quickly. Didn't find the lead, didn't matter. Muzahim goes away to win 1.5 lengths. Second across, Military Artist. It looked all over at the 200. Then came Smart System, No Escape, followed by Action Point, Mutani, Spirit of Leros. Next was Roadblock from State Glory, Namagueras. Next there was Dapper Valley from Mr. Pirelli, and Mr. Cafu. He dropped away very sharply along with second name. Muzahim goes on to win 112.72. 112.72 winners time. They just went incredibly fast up in front. Well, it didn't really matter for him today. He was back in the field, and when they stopped, he was there to deliver. 112.72 winners time. 1 3/4 by 2 3/4. We'll get those confirmed, those margins there, but the numbers 3, 8, 6 and 2. That is no mistake. 3, 8, 6 and 2. Muzahim goes on to take out the last.
What an extraordinary finish to the racing tonight here at Meydan. Muzahim, miles back, turning for home, has eaten up the ground in the closing stages. Let's have a look at the race from the start, have a look at what happened. Muzahim, we mentioned, he's drawn in stall number 3, and he's relatively slowly away, yeah, but then he's squashed in between a couple of rivals. So Tiger Shea has to sit and suffer for a moment. In the meantime, Mr. Cafu gets away well, along with Namaguerres, and down on the inside, Military Artist. Danny Tudhope has a little look over to the inside, sees the rail is clear, he goes down. And in the meantime, Muzahim is right out of the back, down on the inside. Mr. Cafu led, showing really good pace. Just watching when the runners turned into the straight, I actually wondered if Mr. Cafu might have just taken a full step as he tried to change leads. At this stage, Muzahim is riding the rail down on the inside, but he's a good 10 to 12 lengths behind Mr. Cafu at this stage. Turning for home, you'll see here, Mr. Cafu is now under pressure, and just as he changes his legs, he's just seemed to stop rather quickly from this point here, rolled into the rail, and his chances are over. Military Artist goes forward now. Smart System and No Escape are those that are coming, and on the outside, it is relentless progress from the eventual winner, Muzahim. Even here, he's still got 3 or 4 lengths to make up, but he's doing it really quickly, and ultimately, in the end, he's won pretty comfortably. He's gone at least a length and a half, maybe 2 clear by the time they hit the post from Military Artist, who's run a fine race considering the pace early on, with Smart System back in 3rd, No Escape in 4th. Action Point has actually run okay once again. He was finishing back in 5th, but they went really hard fractions early on, Mr. Cafu and Namaguerres, and that in turn allowed the eventual winner, Muzahim, to close from a seemingly hopeless position, and he's ended up winning pretty comfortably in the end to give Tiger Shea and Bhupat Seema a double.
And those numbers are confirmed, 3862, 3862 in the Longines Spirit Zulu time, 1925. Muzahim, your winner, 112.72. Margins confirmed, 2 by 2 3/4, 3862, race 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back our final winner of the night. Let's hear your applause for the winner of the Longines Spirit Zulu time 1925. It is a win for a 4-year-old brown gelding by Spate Standard, the Sisi Valentina, owned by Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Humaid Al Nuaimi, trained by Bhupat Seema, ridden by Tiger Shea. A round of applause for Muzahim. There's a winning jockey, Tiger Shea. Never in doubt, I guess.
Oh, never on the bridle. He's always a little bit slow from the gate, but he got squeezed out of it today. But pace was on, so he's a horse that finishes off well. So great for his owner, Sheikh Abdulaziz. He's a great supporter of mine and Zabil Stable. So great to repay him with another winner.
Tell me, as the race was developing in the early part of the contest, they seemed to be going a good gallop. Were you ever worried that they were going to go too far away from you, or did you think because of that pace, I'm going to get them back?
Yes, it's always a concern, you know, especially on the dirt, and he took some dirt, as you can see. So, but the top of the straight, when I got him out in the clear and he changed his leads, he filled up, and like all the horses from the stable, he's tough and genuine and fit. So I knew he'd hit the line strong, as you said. The only concern was if the racers got away a little bit from him, but thankfully it didn't.
I was worried about the horses when they raced through that sort of kickback. What is it like for you on board?
That's tough for horses and jockeys. You know, dirt tracks are dirt tracks. There's no hiding place, and he's not over big either. You know, so he took some dirt in his face there today. So, but look, he's good and tough, and as I said, what he lacks in size, he makes up in heart.
Well done.
Thank you.
Correct weight in the last, correct weight 3862. Mozahim, your winner, 112.72. Margins 2 by 2 3/4. Correct weight in the last.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a fabulous night of racing at Meydan. Supported once again by Longines, and we come to the presentation for our final race of the night, the Longines Spirit Zulu Time 1925. And our thanks to our presenter. What a Herculean effort all through the night. He is making his way to the stage for the 8th and final time. We welcome Mr. Najib Kiwan, the regional brand manager, and in between he even found time to do a little dance as well. We thank him and we thank Longines for their support and their continued support of racing here at Meydan and their relationship with the Dubai Racing Club. A brilliant performance coming from nowhere. Our winner, Muzahim, in the final race, owned by Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Humaid Al Nuaini, trained by Bupat Sima, and brilliantly ridden by Tiger Shea. Welcome to the stage to receive, on behalf of the winning team, Abdullah and Jabir Amin. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for our final edition tonight of Faces at the Races and a chance to win 500 dirhams? You know the deal. You smile, we put 500 big ones in your pocket and you go home with an even bigger smile on your faces at the races. Let's see who's going to take home the final prize tonight. We have got our money ready to give away 500 dirhams to the best smile in the world here at Meydan tonight. Who's it going to go to? Our camera is closing in. Everyone's giving their best efforts. We're seeing some rather limp effort. Oh, that's an amazing smile. Wow, what a great smile that was. I was hugely impressed by that. That's a picture. That's not allowed to enter. That's a very sweet smile. And I think we may have found our winners. Congratulations, you've got it. 500 dirhams coming your way for beautiful smiles. That is absolutely lovely. The perfect way to end our edition of Faces at the Races. Well, earlier this evening, Pat Comerford and I were chatting away about what's to come tonight and said, you know, sometimes we expect this meeting because it's so close to Super Saturday, Emirates Super Saturday, and obviously the World Cup is just around the corner. Some people say it's the calm before the storm, but it was anything but, Pat.
It was one of those nights that, you know, we just never knew what it was going to throw at us. But look, these handicaps, some of these handicaps tonight have thrown in just excitement galore, and you know, it's made for really good racing from start to finish. I mean, you probably can't say that English Oak, probably the manner in which he won was impressive. I'd say he'd be right up there, but I mean, on top of that as well, what a night for Ismail Mohammed and Hamad Al Masadi to not only get his first Thoroughbred winner here at Meydan, but the stable and the jockey to notch up a double on the night as well.
Yeah, and brilliant rides as well. I thought the ride on Ruling Dynasty, because everyone was keeping their eye on City of the Light, you know, the horse that was quite well backed on the international markets, comes through to win his race, but actually Ruling Dynasty didn't have the clearest of runs either, and that was a terrific effort.
And I mean, 2 tried sale purchases from the UAE, from bigger stables where they've come through the yard here and their new owners have picked them up for obviously a fraction of the price, but two of them have come on and turned a profit and got themselves, you know, going here with a new stable. Yeah. Amazing to see, and it's a great incentive as well for the ERA Tried sales, and the fact that these horses that go through the yard, you know, they do have an opportunity for you to continue racing, and you know, you can have some fun with them.
So doubles for Ishmael Mohammed and Hamid Al Busaidi, doubles for Bupat Sima and Tygo Shea, doubles for Danny Tudhope as well. You mentioned English Oak. I thought, even though his win was narrow, I think the way he moved through the race for 95% of the race was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, dropping back in trip, there was always going to be that worry that he was a little flat. I did expect him to be as flat as he was, but nevertheless, I mean, that was the benefit of being in gate 2, and all your other threats have drawn wide. Amazing runs by Cavallo Bay and Hallasan to get as close as they did, but you know, it took some expert piloting to get him over the line, carry him over the line, and that's why he put Danny Tudhope in the saddle.
He's a super rider. Danny Tudhope seen to great effect tonight. Pat, you know, we were talking about upsets and shocks and people just unsurprisingly disappointing. Well, you know, we do a little competition between ourselves. I understand, you know, Tom Stanley, our very good friend Tom Stanley, who sometimes stands in this position here. Unfortunately, he hasn't actually achieved one single point today.
And in our scoring system that gives you points for second and third, to not score a point is it's a kind of an amazing feat in itself.
Well, that is a shock, but also well done to him. I mean, what a surprise. I never thought that would be. So I think it's the first time it's ever happened in our competition.
It might be.
Yeah. Disappointing.
He's a groundbreaker.
There's a special punishment for people like Tom Stanley. Pat, it's always a pleasure to share your company.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Enjoy next week. The next time I see you will be for Emirates Super Saturday.
And it's going to be a very, very exciting day.
It will be super.
Make sure you get your tickets for Super Saturday and World Cup as well. They're on sale, so yeah, you've got to be there. Be there or be square. If you miss out, you're only cheating yourself.
He's doing my job, but very well indeed. Thank you very much for joining us tonight here at Meydan. As always, loved having you here, loved the action. It's been some quality racing. Well done to those who have starred on a night supported by Longines. And thank you very much. Safe journey home, and we'll see you all again very soon. Bye-bye.